I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we pay the claims in the amount of $223,304.15.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We got the sheriff's monthly fee report for approval.
Is this? Oh, it's per month. David, is this right here? Is this what it is? And what's this column?
It's their, well, there's the, yeah. I think that's the individual line items, and that's like a running balance with those added in.
The Linn County Sheriff's Office end of the month report for the month of June. End of the month total is $70,705.36. This includes items such as the Marshall Housing and Transportation, KDOC inmate housing 11, or I'm not sure what that is. Civil service out-of-state fees, report fees, fingerprint fees, concealed and carry, offender fees, and VIN fees. So I'll make a motion that we accept the end of the month report for June 2024 for the Sheriff's Department.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
I just gave you the park report to review.
The 2024 park year-to-date report is for the month of June. Receipts we had, for total income we had $31,805.73 for a total year-to-date of $145,272.32. Our expenditures for the month of June was $21,492.31. Our expenditures for the end of or year to date, $138,256.66 for a gain of $7,015.66 year to date.
All right, and then in your SharePoint, you had the sheriff's report.
July 8th, 2024, total prisoners in 68, 11 released this past week. Total prisoners in 67. Total farmed out 1, total farmed in 48, 84 911 calls, 4,440 jail contacts, 431 calls for service, 19 civil service papers served, 3 VIN inspections, 24 cases opened, 5 cases closed, 2 vehicle crashes, 0 SRO activities because of summer break, or it says 1, I guess. 1 SRO activity. 212 bailiff contacts, and 6 livestock out.
So Don's here, and then we've got Randy's report too.
While we're talking about sheriff's report, the 2 weeks ago when I was gone, we had kind of pushed that over, I guess, to tentatively approve when I got back. And Kevin had sent an email over last week asking about it. But Jason's not here. How can we proceed with that? Do you want to go ahead and make a motion to tentatively approve it?
If you guys want to, I mean, it's not going to hurt anything.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the sheriff's department budget as stated for 2024. Motion moving second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, Don, go ahead. Sorry.
Good morning, Don Brooks with AMR. I have calls for Linn County from July 1st to July 7th. There were 2 calls in Blue Mound, 0 transports, 4 calls in Centerville, 1 transport, 6 calls in Lacine, 2 transports, 3 calls in Lynn Valley, 0 transports, 6 calls in Mound City, 2 transports, 2 calls in Parker, 1 transport, 8 calls in Pleasanton, 5 transports, and 0 calls in Prescott this week. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwell, Linn County Emergency Preparedness and Rural Fire. I sent out the weekly call summary. We had 15 calls this week. Brings our total up to 306. It was extremely busy weekend for the first responders. I want to thank them. I know we had a large group of them out on 4th of July for a large structure fire. But just thank all the firefighters and first responders. It was a busy weekend for us. The other thing I have is every year we budget for bunker gear replacement. We replaced 10 sets. That was done through a contract a couple years ago. Last year we did not order the 10 sets just because of timing. We could not get salesmen and everybody that needed gear at that time. And so this year we done the 20 sets, last year's and this year's at budget or at end of year. David carried that over last year's bunker gear stuff into special equipment. This year's bunker gear replacement is $69,190.96. I'd like permission to purchase 20 sets of bunker gear with half of that coming out of the special equipment, which is where the money was transferred from last year, and then the other half coming out of this year's budget. And that would be from Feld Fire, F-E-L-D.
Just replace 10 sets each year.
Yeah, and we budget for that. Like I said, last year with timing, we just could not get the sales rep here and everybody here to get measured. So we just done 20 sets. So this year.
What was that grand total again, Randy?
69, 190, 96.
Thank you.
So when you get a volunteer to come in to be a firefighter, do you use what you have or do you just reorder for them or how's that work?
We use what they have. Once we get to that point that they're showing up and staying on and we get to the point in the year that we are ordering gear, if that gear does not fit, then we will replace it. So, and sometimes they go a couple years or maybe even 3 years before they get new gear. So. And the sets that we're replacing, those are ones that are burnt, ripped, tore, that don't meet the criteria of being passable. So
What do you do with that? Just throw it away or yeah?
yeah, we can't use it anymore. So
I don't have any issue with it. I'll make a motion that we allow Randy to purchase bunker gear, 20 sets, for a grand total of $69,190.96. Half of it being special equipment fund and the other half being budgeted this year.
Also,
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
that's all I have unless you guys have questions.
Is it the C film trailer? Was that the one that came from the power plant?
It's a F500
Did you
trailer.
guys have that yet?
Yeah,
Did you have it?
we've had it
Have you
over a
ever
year.
used it?
We have not. Averagey's come down and we trained with it a couple times.
Did you
So
ever have to budget anything for it, for material or anything? No.
no, the only time that we'll have to do anything is if we use it for our purposes. So if we have a truck turnover, fuel truck or something on 69, we use it for that, then we have to replace the product. So it actually sets at station 950 in Lacine, and then it'll be deployed. That's part of the agreement. It has to be deployed to the plant anytime that we're paged out there. So, but other than that, we can use it anytime. Or if they request it to, let's say they have their St. Mary's plant catch on fire, then they can ask for us to bring it there. So,
Gotcha. I don't have any more questions.
all right. Thank you.
Sean, you ready?
Sean West, Public Works. Relayed your request for information on all of the variances or sections of conduit or fiber that were out of compliance or buried against the permit to QuickCom, and they're working on that. I received a packet, which I'm going to have to request format changes on because I can't open it, from Burns and McDonald's on behalf of Evergy. I would assume you would like me to give the same request to them, that you'd like it simplified because the packet is going to be very similar to what you received from QuickCom.
Yeah, I mean, just knowing where it wasn't at depth. I mean, is that what you're talking about?
You're going to get a set of packets the same as you did from QuickCom, and it's not going to give you the simplistic, tell me what sections are out of compliance. So if you want me to relay that to them when I ask them for the format changes, I'll do that as well.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I mean, do they, in the meantime, are we permit process? We have anything figured out on that? What we're doing on all that?
At any movement or direction on that. And we have had a request from the foremans for me to reach out to them and talk to them about the conduit sticking out of the ground as to whether or not it can be removed so that they can finish mowing and work in those areas. So if you'd like me to pose that question to them as well, I will.
Yeah, I think that's really important.
Okay.
I don't think it's our job to remove it, though. I mean, if it's, because I remember one time I talked to the foreman of one of the projects, and he said, well, just cut it off. Well, that's not our job. Do you recall that?
I recall it, but cutting it off, I mean, that's a wide and very open statement, because I take a grader down there, cutting it off means it's going to
Right.
snag and pull a section completely out. So cutting it off is a kind of a open-ended term.
So do you think we can get plan and answers on what we're going to do moving forward on that? I mean,
I'll open a dialogue with them and find out how we get that accomplished and see if they can accommodate us and get that out of the way or cut off so that we can do our mowing operations in those areas.
Hindering our progress too. But you think,
no, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I think they should give us an answer pretty quick.
You know, some kind of plan moving forward. I mean, we don't necessarily need a permit to have them come back here and,
Remove something.
yeah.
I'll get with them today or tomorrow. I have culvert bids to be opened.
How did we determine what we needed for this, Sean?
The foremans looked at the projects on their list, the damage they found in their area, and made a list that they passed on to Jessica that was put out to bid.
One bid we received from Contact Engineering Solutions for 85,628.76. J&J Drainage, had it broken out for two bids. One for $55,855. Others for $38,733. One for each shop, I guess, is what it is.
We got a bid from Metal Culverts for $92,038.08. And then Wellborn Sales out of Salina for $90,279.02. And we're sure this is what we need.
This was the list made after the foremans looked at the damages in their area and assessed the culvert sizes and piping and banding that they would need.
Compared to other years, where are we at on number wise? Are we pretty close to what we order every year?
This year would have been quite a bit more, but I can't tell you how much more. I'd have to go back on the other years and look at what we had previous years and then give you a number on it.
I just foresee us, if we're cleaning ditches and trying to make progress there, that we'd have a lot more.
That's quite a bit more because we've made, instead of one purchase a year, the last 2 years, including this year, we've made larger purchases and we've made multiplicitous purchases. So we've made 2 a year. So although the numbers may not seem huge, you got to remember this is not the only purchase this year. We had made contact with airport contacts in reference to the runways. The information that we're getting back was kind of not so direct. It gave a lot of different information about core sampling and professional evaluations, and pretty much told us if we wanted to know how long that runway would last and what the projection would be on it, we would have to go out for engineering on it. Jessica's reaching out to Call Valley for an estimate as the second part of that process to bring it back to you so that you can have an estimate on what that runway cost would be. Cost summaries by task were sent to you this morning because we had people gone last week. And your total request for service to date for 2024 is 323. Still open are 51. By our cost by locations, we've had 722 locations or road sections serviced, which is 57% of the county. I'll be coming back to do budgets at 11 for road and bridge. At that time, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some pricing on temporary signage due to flooding and other emergencies so that we can avoid taking a call for it, running completely around a flood area to get to a shop, getting the equipment and the signage and running completely back around that area, which is causing a lot of not only time loss, but the barricades are not as friendly to haul as what we're asking for, and the signage to be put directly in the trucks so we can go direct to those locations. Transfer station, again, I'll be doing budgets at 11 on it. The park, we have software pricing, but no gate pricing due to the holiday. I should be receiving the gate pricing, packaging it together and bringing it to you next week. Noxious weeds, the rest of the month will be busy with Johnson grass spraying at the fairgrounds, spot spraying on roadways. They're currently working with the shops to get hard surface roadways in the southwest area of Blue Mound mowed so they can also be sprayed. July, they'll also do pest control on all the county properties. So they'll fit that into the schedule as well. I met with the seniors for the senior center last week. We did walkarounds. We looked at placing of items in the building. That's going to start taking place this week. I'm going to move some tables and some other items over, maybe some appliances, but I want to finish up a few things before we get too hard and heavy in getting the larger equipment there. The door, I'm being told, could be installed this week.
So what was our finish date?
As soon as the door's in and we have those items moved over and the building cleaned. So if they were able to get that door this week, I was able to get the items in there, nothing like the commercial fridge or anything from the moves needed servicing. If that all were to occur, we could be.
But they're at a site where there is no fridge and anything like that right now, right?
I believe there's a kitchen at that site. I can't tell you whether there's a refrigerator in it. I didn't look at the
I
site.
just don't want that to hold it up. I want to get in there as soon as possible.
Well, you're still talking about moving all this stuff out of garage bays and storage and getting it cleaned and cleaning the building after painting and construction. So I don't think that's going to hold us up. I would think sometime if we get that door in this week, by sometime the end of next week, we would be able to walk away and say, we're ready to go. So if you're looking at this week for moving items in, cleaning, the following week for moving appliances in, checking them, making sure all of those are in operational order, making sure the blinds and things are up, and I think the following week would be a decent projection.
22nd will be finished.
That's correct. I think that's a decent projection, if that door comes in. And that's all I had other than budgets for you this morning. And I think I'm scheduled to come back at 11 and to do those.
I got a few questions, Sean.
Sure.
I'm getting a lot of emails or phone calls about mowing over in the Pleasanton area.
Okay.
Do we have anybody in mowers over there?
We had a mower over there who chose to resign.
So is there anybody we can move around to get over there?
Well, we have two mowers that we've hired and have both left. So we're down to, I think, 3 out of 5. But I can check. I know the North Shop has been pushing south as much as they can because they have two mowers. And I can check with the south shops to see if we can start pushing east as well, but they are mowing to try to get that Johnson grass spraying done as well. But if I need to, I can also check with Todd and see if we can move another person from his location. If he's got his asphalt assistant or somebody that can move into that mower position and see if we can start catching that area up.
We've got a mower sitting down with no tractor. What's
A mower with,
mower down there with no tractor? We've got tractor broken down.
you've got the one over in the Pleasanton shop that I know of that they put together and bolted together this week, and I expect the oil and everything to go back in it. It's about ready to go back out of the shop. You've got a mower deck down in the south shop that over the weekend or over last week, we lost a gearbox on top of one of the decks.
Doesn't Pleasant, I seen Pleasant had two of them. Well, it looked like one was broke down, but one was sitting there. I mean, and nobody's in that one that's sitting there.
That's the one where
Why don't they
the,
just come over from Mountain City and grab it and bring it over here if nobody's able to use it? I just don't understand. That's the foreman's job to keep that things like that going. I don't understand why that tractor's sitting there. They have a mower over here that's,
you've got one down, but you don't have another person in that. What they did is they picked up another deck and put it back on the mower deck that went down and put it right back in service. So they are turning those.
You don't have truck drivers or anybody that could get in them and run them.
I can't answer to what those truck drivers or what those assignments, what they're doing currently. I know the South Shop has put in an operator into one of those, as well as their mower, but one of their operators has been working at mowing when they didn't have, other assignments for them. So I believe they're attempting to do exactly what you're talking about.
I'm getting calls on roads not getting linked to is what I'm saying. I'm hearing about that. I guess I don't have an answer for them. That's what I'm looking for. Where are we at with the grading?
As far as,
There's a lot of roads that still haven't been graded. I mean, we'll pull to the bridge, grade at a bridge, and then we drive off. We don't hit the rest of the road. I get calls on that quite frequently. We're not taking care of the road. We're still hitting spots.
okay, well, I know that we're still getting service requests for exactly that, even though we've told everybody that we're going to try to get on one road and work it from start to finish. We've still been getting service requests for spots. I believe some from Missouri that were issues that weren't taken care of from them, and several in your district as well that we're getting requests from. So I believe they're trying to work out exactly what they're being asked to do, but when they get asked to do one thing and then get a bunch of tickets for emergencies that come
how
up.
are, I mean, how are we doing it? I know we talked last 2 or 3 months about how we want to do it, but what's the process we're doing right now? How's it work? Is there a grader on the road 8 hours a day?
Other than maintenance, they've kept the graders out as much as they could unless the grader's being repaired or
I
serviced.
understand that, but are they taking the graders and doing ticket items, or are they keeping on the road grading the road?
I've been told just recently in the last week that most of them have gone to grader on the roadway rather than ticket repairs, that they believe they've caught those up.
It's to see a lot of equipment sitting around that we could do the tickets repairs with instead of taking the grader off the road. I thought we had talked about that, but I know we've talked about a lot of stuff, so.
We still got a lot of roads that have not been graded since the big flood, the whole road. Hasn't been hit.
What was your number on the work order items or work order request? How many's open?
51 for 2024.
I thought we had all of our equipment being used to do the ticket items, and our graders were still just grading the roads. But I agree with Jim. There's a lot of roads over in my district. I get an email or a text message every Monday about how horrible the roads are over there from a few individuals. So that's why I had stated I would like to do a crew that's designated just for that. Takes out a skid steer, an excavator, a dump truck, and that's what they work on. I thought that's where we were at.
And I believe they've been doing ditching and bringing out the other equipment to follow those to get roadways done and completed, just like you've asked.
How many miles of ditch is it? Does anybody know?
I can't give you an exact number without looking them up.
I guess I'm just curious to try to understand what our process is here, exactly how we're doing things. So I think we're all over the place.
Okay. Well, last I knew, we were following the direction that you'd given as far as running the roadways from start to finish as
Right.
best we could without large major obstacles that would have to be dealt with, like culverts or things that we didn't have to replace yet.
Right, but then we pulled off of that to go do ticket items, you said?
Correct? In some cases.
I just don't understand why we had to pull off that.
I'm sorry?
Why did we have to pull off of grading the road to go do the ticket items? That's why I thought we had a crew that was designated to do that.
We have graders, but there's 2 graders in your district. I believe,
Which my opinion, we should never mess with them. They should be grading the road, maintaining the road, right? That's how I believe. And then everybody else is in a piece of equipment doing ticket items. Is that not what we're doing?
the ticket items in a lot of cases are grading, requests for
We have all
grading.
kinds of equipment. I mean, I can go I clean ditches out in my area so that people get that wedding venue without a grader. I don't have a grader. I have a Bobcat.
Okay, well, a lot of the requests were for grading or for ditching.
So our public request
My
a road
question
grader.
is, it don't take 10 weeks to go put across the county. I guess that's what I'm saying. It don't take 10 weeks to work. We're 10 weeks into this, Sean, and I can take you to roads right now that has not been graded.
Okay,
Has not been graded in the 10 weeks.
and in each district or looking at those, I'd have to speak to the foreman and ask them why
Responsibility to make sure it gets done.
and they are trying to complete the tickets and the requests the way you've asked them to do. But when I get a request to go from start to finish on a road, and then I get 12 to 15 requests to do 20 other things multiple times all week long, and these guys take those service tickets, these
It
gentlemen,
doesn't take 10 guys to do that, Sean. I mean, I get what you're saying. I 100% get what you're saying. I totally get it.
we can't ask them to do 2 different things at the same time.
I understand. So the grader operator stays in the grader and grades the road.
Okay.
Then we have a crew that messes with the ticket items and anything else that the grader, she cuts the road, and it leaves dirt in the ditch. That'd be the cleanup crew's responsibility to do that.
I don't know where the crew that you're talking about is
That's
coming
what I want to
from.
know. This is what I've been talking about.
There's not there's not extra bodies. There's truck drivers, operators, mowers, and graders.
Right. So the truck drivers, I mean, I'd state I don't think we should be putting any gravel on any roads right now. We should be fixing the roads before we put any gravel. So therefore, that eliminates the truck drivers, right?
Not necessarily, because we're having to move material as well as not only move material away from areas, but move material back to them. And some of these roads, once you've fixed it, if you're doing it from start to finish, you're going to have to lay rock on it as you go, or it's just going to get damaged again.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's not, I don't believe it's a full-time. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of confused on what we're doing, how we're doing it, if we're doing it the most efficient way. And Jim's right. Roads aren't getting done.
Okay. The best I can tell you is the foremans were given the directions that you gave them and asked for, and then they were given a plethora of work tickets that contradicted that, and they're doing the best they can to complete those jobs as fast as they can with the equipment and the manpower that they have.
What do we do moving forward?
I think you've asked for the road foremans to be here at 11, but as far as making a plan for how we go forward, I think they individually have a plan for their area, for the roads that are damaged, and are trying to get to it as fast as they can. Now, equipment breakdowns, some manpower shortages may be slowing them down, but you're also talking about a large weather event that, sorry, you're just not going to be able to go back over those roadways and clean up ditching that hasn't been done for years, rock that's silted into those ditches.
It's just, it's not been cleaned up for years. Grade the roads.
I'm just talking about a plan. Yeah.
I'm talking about hitting the roads since the first flood.
Okay.
I guess, what I envision is a grader operator sitting in a grader maintaining the road, right? It's a maintainer. It maintains the road. It doesn't really necessarily fix the road. Is that what we're doing with them? We're going back and fixing with it?
In multiple occasions, that grader is used for not only ditching, but potholes, swags, washouts.
Right.
So that piece of equipment's much more than just maintaining and brushing over the road.
But I guess I understand that, but I guess where I'm trying to get at is we got to get a plan, or we have to get a plan together. So are we not just putting I don't know. I'm kind of confused on where we're at on it and what we're doing. So, yeah, I feel like nothing's getting done.
Okay, well, I can't argue perception. I just can't.
It is a perception, Sean. I can get you in the truck and take that and show you.
Well, when I get told to stick to one plan, and then all week long, all I get is text and communications to do the exact opposite. We cannot,
Road that I've given you that has not been hit,
stretches of roads, markers,
Show you right
ditching,
now, but it has not been.
we continually,
Lake Road out there, it was talked about, they went out and hit the bridge, the low water bridges, they picked up the blade and went back to town for it.
I can't tell you what the end of their day or why they went back to town on each occasion. I am not in the blade with each of these operators.
Just telling you, it's not getting done.
Well, that's why I think we just have a lot of confusion here. So when they come in today, I'd like to get a plan together exactly. I mean, I'm not in a grader. Maybe I'm thinking wrong. I don't know. I think the graders, somebody should be in the grader grading the road. They go by, they have a little map with them. They mark what needs to be done on that road they just went by. They let their foreman know. Their foreman sets up the cleanup crew to come in there behind them and fix it. I mean, that's what I was envisioning, I guess.
They'll be here at 11 and I'll be happy to be here with them. But the perception that I am not in here working on budgets, some of the proposals, these larger projects that you've got me working on.
So I don't feel, we're not trying to attack you.
I'm just telling you, I cannot answer to what each occurrence of those graders or those operators or even those foremen can do every day, because if I can, none of this other work's going to get done.
I understand that. And that's why I want to get a plan together, because you're taking an ask Joan for something you don't really have a whole lot of understanding about, right?
I don't have control of it.
All right. Well, then when they come in here, we can get a plan together. We're not attacking you. We just got to get something figured out. I get attacked.
And I don't feel attacked. What I'm telling you is I feel that I'm defending people that are making the effort to do what we've asked them to do. But we also got to understand, every time we see a piece of equipment, we had 2 brush hogs go down for different reasons this week on the same day. The mechanic was out there putting it back together and turning it back around and getting that brush hog back out on the road. These guys they're working as hard as they can to accomplish the mission.
We're not saying they didn't, because if we felt like they weren't, they wouldn't have a job. And that's what I wanted people to understand. If I didn't feel like they were doing their job, I'd be making motions to fire people. It's not about that. And it's not your job to just come in here and try to defend them every single day, because I'm not out trying to attack them. I'm trying to get a plan together. I don't see them defending me when I get attacked by the homeowners, the citizens over in my district.
I think it would have been your district that I sent you a letter on as well. It's in your packets that Todd received from a homeowner who had a ditching or a culvert problem and took the time to write a letter to us telling us that he had low expectations when he made the call for service, but was thrilled with Todd and his workers who completed the job in a very timely manner, met with him in a timely manner, and got the work done that needed to be done and turned it back around. So these,
That is good. That letter is good, but it was not that 2 blade operators that was with it.
I know that there was one.
They're both, or they're not both blade operators.
I can't answer to the other person without looking at the list. I know there was one listed on there.
I sometimes wonder why we loaded the job up with like taking 2 blade operators off the road to go to one place like that.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
That's my question too.
That's why I think we should have a designated crew that does that type of stuff. And I'm not taking away from them. I think they do a great job. Yeah, they get on it. I'm not taking anything away from them. I get letters all the time. I get texts. I forward them over to you. I know that they think that we're against them. We're not. If I was, I would be voting to fire them if I thought they weren't doing their job. I think they do their job. I think it's time that we come up with an exact plan so we're all on the same exact page.
Okay.
Because I don't want to come in here and you feel like you're attacked every day and tension between all of us. That's not cool. I just want to get a plan together, figure out exactly, make sure we're doing what's best. And and execute it. And if that's not best, then we come back in here and we go back to the drawing board. That's really all I want.
Okay.
I know I was gone on the culvert or those culverts on 900 Road whenever your engineer talked about it.
We didn't talk about it.
Oh, you didn't talk about it? I never
No.
watched that video.
Too. I went over and looked at it the other day. That one's plugged up with
With
brush caved in. I think, personally, I think we take the culvert out and put another one back and go on. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, it looks to me, I didn't climb down the water. I didn't have my rock water boots on, but I climbed down and looked in, and I mean, the tube's half full of brush.
Yeah.
And when that happens, that pressure is going to get, when it gets in the void spot there, it's going to bubble out somewhere. And I'm not even against replacing both of them.
One is kind of sagging in the middle.
Instead of building a bridge or anything, I think we can replace both tubes.
So where are we at on it?
The engineer is looking at the options to replace it and the water flow necessary and the permitting to get that put back in, because you're talking about an area that carries enough water flow, you're going to have permitting to do it.
But if we went back with the same exact diameter tubes that are there, we can't do that, or what?
My understanding is you'll never get a permit to go back the same as it is because it doesn't carry enough water flow.
And we have to get a permit from the state to replace something that failed? I mean,
Why do we have to have a permit to replace something that wasn't permitted to begin?
As far as what they did in the past and why they did it without permitting it or checking the water flow, I can't answer to that. But I'm being told that in order to put it in, you're going to have to get permitting to do so.
and that was by
The engineers.
the ones that told us that we wouldn't get no state funding anymore because of a grant that we didn't accept. That guy, that engineer.
Call Valley.
Well, is there anybody else we can reach out to and get a second opinion on it?
Well, your on-call engineer is Call Valley's firm. They are the firm that you have for on-call engineering.
I understand that, but is there there's nobody else? Who are we supposed to be pulling the permit from? KDHE?
No, it would be Department of Water Resources and possibly Corps of Engineers. As far as the permitting and who has to hold what permit for what size of water and obstruction in a waterway, that would be the engineer's call. I can't quote those regulations.
That all flooded right there, yeah. That was
Clear over the road there.
I was out of town, but I got a picture of it. That was the first time I'd ever seen it flood since I've lived there, yeah.
I couldn't tell when I looked
Yeah,
at it.
but it wasn't
Went over the road.
horrible. I mean, I don't think it was horrible. I could be wrong. I could reach out to Robin and BJ and ask them. They'd probably know, but. Who'd you say Kansas Water, what was it?
Department of Water Resources. And if you'd like, I can forward on all the information, the governing documents from the engineer, because we were given all that information. But it's quite lengthy, but I can forward all that on to you.
We have,
Was that on our inspection list there, those two tubes? Was that on the inspection list with the engineer before?
As far as the bridge inspections,
The bridge inspections? Was that-
no, it wasn't qualified as a bridge and wasn't on the inspections.
so
They
then
were-
how would it have record with Kansas, with the state, if it's not a bridge? And why can't we just go back with what we had in there?
Because you're talking about putting an obstruction in a waterway, and in order to do that,
We're not putting
based-
instruction in, we're just replacing them. Same thing they had.
well, anything that restricts it is called an obstruction, and if you're putting an obstruction in a waterway, you have to size it for the waterway that it is, and this size requires a permit. But again, I can forward all that information so you can read that to you, so you don't have to look up all those different requirements.
Well, this happened, when was it? 10 weeks ago, you said?
Getting close. We don't know exactly.
I mean, it's an emergency fix in everyone's eyes, right?
Well, our last discussion was it was
I know
okay.
what ours was, but I mean, it's a road. We still have no answers on anything. We don't know where we're starting. We don't know where we're permitting. We don't know. We have no answers, right?
We were told that by the end of the year that permitting process and everything could be done by our on-call engineers.
What about the Hell's Bend Bridge? That contract was signed, or do we have to do any permitting through us? I mean, where are we at on that?
I just saw an email this morning on it, that I'm going to have to make confirmations on, but they're looking at a start date sometime early next year.
Did we reach out to Anderson County about the chip and seal process that they use?
I didn't have time last week, but I did reach out to Todd, who has talked to him in the past, and I believe he can give you more explanation on it because he spoke to him directly. But I'm understanding that process is the same process with a different texture or color of rock or chip that's brought into the area rather than locally sourced. And it's approximately $10,000 a mile more than what we lay for.
Rock all stays on the road though, that's what I like. Did you get a chance to look at that?
No. I think that's probably all I have for now, Sean. Jim, you got anything?
Okay. I still haven't been able to reach out and contact Al this morning. He's been rather busy, but I'll try to get him in here as well. But I've been in contact with all 3 road foremen.
And I'd saw on SharePoint that his budgets were coming up last week or something. I think I emailed him and asked him to bring the foremans in to talk. So that's why they're coming in. David, you got anything?
I've got some budgets that I had scheduled later today, if you want to look at them now, or
Yeah.
should have Chris in before long too.
Yeah. One that you can do in 5-10 minutes, and then we can do public comment.
The ones I brought today were commission, 911 telephone tax, DARE, special alcohol, and special park and rec. Except for commission, these are all basically just cash funds, so they're not affecting tax dollars. It's money we receive for various things. Those should all be pretty quick if you want to take a look at them. The 911 telephone tax, based on what we spent this year and the income that's coming in, we should have $263,217 available for next year. So I put that in as the budget amount, which gives us spending authority for that.
How does the 911? How does it work?
So that it's a tax on all telephone accounts, all lines.
Just the tax that's received for each county for the.
It's actually the county gets the money from the state or federal. It's not a county tax. It's whenever you have a phone account, there is a line on there that the phone companies collect for 911. And then that's passed on to us. And then we use that for various things like the sheriff's, some of the dispatch things come out of there. We've got maintenance on all that. I think we've used some on the tower out north of town. It's just anything associated with 911 is what we can use that on.
So that's 260.
Yes.
Where's the increase at?
So that's 48,217 higher than this year. However, that's just because based on this year's spending, we should have that much more carryover. Plus what we get in next year, that's what would be available. And like I said, it's a cash fund. It's not a mill levy fund.
So we practically just budget what we receive. Is that what we
Right.
Pretty
It's
much.
just I'm budgeting for the amount of cash that should be in there.
come in there? You got anything on it, Jim? I'll second. Motion been moved, second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
The next one I had is DARE Fund. Again, this one is money we've been carrying over in there for quite a while now and haven't used. I'm just budgeting for the amount of cash that's in that fund, and it's no change from the previous year. It's $1,406.46.
What do we do with that nowadays? I know that.
We haven't done anything with it for several years. It's just been sitting there.
So is it like a statute? Do we have to have that? Or, I mean, what is it? Why do we?
I can't answer that. If it was going to be dissolved, we'd have to look at the statute that created it and where that money would go, which is a possibility. But if we're going to do that, we would have to have the budget authority to spend it because you're moving it from one fund to another. So again, it's just a cash balance that's in there.
So if there was I mean, what could we spend the money on? I mean, I know what DARE was whenever I was in school. That's the same thing, right?
It's that type of program, and that's probably a better question for Sheriff than it is for me because I'm not one that would be expending those funds.
Is it? I wonder if it's something that we could provide to the SRO officers for their schools or something for the kids.
Worth looking into. I don't know.
Would we need to approve it, tentatively approve it or what would we need to do?
Yeah, and it's just the balance that's in that fund, just approval at 1406.46.
Jim, you got anything on it?
I'll make that motion. Fair budget. 1406.46.
I'll second. Motion moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
The other two that I have that are cash funds are the special alcohol and the special park and recreation. Both of those are funded by an alcohol tax that we receive from the state. I've got an increase on special alcohol from 4,500 to 5,000. I have an increase on special park from 2,200 to 2,450. And again, these are cash funds where we receive the money from the state. And then the special alcohol we have sent to, let me look that one up.
On the special parks, what would it be spent on?
Okay. Special alcohol we have sent to SEK Mental Health to help fund them. Special park, we send out letters to all the cities every year saying that we have park money available and you just have to send us back a letter that you will use it for something park related, whether it's fishing or if they have a city park, and then we give that money to the cities. So it's just an in and out on both of those for us from balances we have.
Who got the funds, or did anyone accept the funds last year from the special parks?
All 7 cities.
Oh, they all sent it. How do we
Yeah.
determine who gets it? Just split it up?
We've split it up. In the past, some of the bigger cities got a bigger share, and we've used that same formula for years. It comes down to like $700 on some of them, $350 on the others, and we cover the balance of that out of our park budget, and because we never have enough in this one to cover all of it.
This year, can we have them come in and talk about what they're going to use their funds on?
I have their letters already. I mean that.
Oh, you already have? Okay.
Yeah, we've already sent out telling them we need a letter from you, and before we can release funds, and we have them. We're ready to go. I can bring those letters over next week.
Yeah, if you, I'd like to stay in the loop on it. Would you, Jim? I think so, yeah.
Like motion for the special parks budget and special alcohol budget. Tentatively approved.
I'll second. Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 And the only other one of the budgets that I had today was the commission budget, so I don't know if you want to spend more time looking at what I've got in there, but if you want to get on to public comment and Chris's budget, I think we're kind of on
We'll come
schedule
back to
for
that.
that at the moment.
You guys coming back to it? Commission.
That's fine.
At this time, we'll open it up for public comment. Anybody wanting to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so at this time. If you do, come up, state your name and question, concern.
Allie Hamilton. I just had a quick question on the KPNF. You guys had motion back in February. I think it was to spend $1,500
City.
on the study,
Out
KPNF.
of the KPNF, yeah.
Can you guys give us an update on that?
Right now, what are we doing, David, on that?
We haven't got any results of study. You guys already approved moving the sheriff to that. The study was just to see what part of the program, whether it was feasible to pay back earlier
pay.
years on it. So I don't have anything back on that part yet.
Do you know when that would be presented back to the
I-
commission?
Don't know.
We have that lady's number, I think, her card. I can reach out to her. Send her an
Okay.
email.
We approved to look into it. I mean, we didn't actually approve it yet, have we? Done
I think, what was the motion on that, David?
I thought the motion was to approve the program, but just to look into whether we did the back or we'll
Right.
go back and look at it.
Okay.
It'll be in the minutes.
Can you just give us an update next week?
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have a question for you guys. Do we have, or I guess why don't we have animal control in the county?
That would fall under the sheriff thing, wouldn't it?
Probably.
And I don't think, I think I've read an email about this one time from him. Yeah. I think there was a concern.
Well, that's
with
what Mark
cities.
thought that you guys had spoke about it or something, which reading on it, it says that it can be through different departments, like the police station, the health department.
I know like each town, I think they have their own animal control town.
See,
Maybe.
Lacine has a shelter, which is a pen at the dump. And I just read this morning something about Pleasanton, but I mean, it's becoming a huge problem, dogs getting dumped and whatnot. Just in the last 2 weeks, I've dealt with 13 dogs getting dumped down here.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that I'm pretty sure sheriffs had sent maybe a Kansas state statute about that. Maybe I'll look it up and I can forward it to you, or you can talk to him. He'd probably have a better understanding than I would. So
Okay. Reach out to him then.
yeah, I think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. Jennifer Leach Harlow. I would like to speak on today that I know that the commissioners give out grants because I received some of those, and with some other contractors that are working in the area. I would just ask, in many of the counties, other counties that we work in, they withhold so much of the grant to be held back for damages that were occurred during the time of their construction. And I had a meeting this morning with one of the contractors that's working in the area who had actually cut us in 2 different locations and is refusing to pay the bill for cutting our stuff, for cutting our fiber. I met with him today and hoped that we could sit down and see that they knew that they had cut it because there wasn't a measurement in the picture and that type of thing. They're wanting to not pay. So I would just ask that if we do give out funds or people that get permits to work in our county, that they should have to pay something that's held onto, so that if there is property that is damaged for the people that they're working on, or other contractors like us who, have been here 114 years, And because there wasn't a measurement, they don't want to pay. And it's like, at that time, they had damaged us. Our biggest concern was getting our customers back up and running in a timely manner because of so many people that we have that work from home. And also, I would like to volunteer any services that if you would like to call us, I know you're dealing a lot with people bearing fiber and things in the area. If you have any questions, we would be more than willing to be a consultant to help you answer any questions, to help you better understand how it works, different things, because like I sent you guys 2 pictures this morning that I stepped off myself, and there is the fiber that's in the road is 8.5 from the center line. So I know that in your specifications that you requested where the fiber would place, the conduit sticking up in the road, literally 8.5 feet off of the road, and that is not what you have requested.
To your first concern, or the retain, we do hold, if we're paying a contractor, we hold retainer or retainage.
Well, on the grant too, we have 10%.
Yeah.
10%, and that 10% isn't, so like with us, you held the 10%, and then we came to you and we provided you that the job was done, and then you paid us that, and that was perfect. I don't have a problem with that. But also in Miami County, we have to pay an additional fee on top of that they hold, that is specific for if there is customers that come in that they're damaged to their property, sewer lines, that type of thing. If we take care of it as we go, it'll never go towards that permit, because then it doesn't go that far, and we can reconcile that issue before. But if you have people that are arguing and not willing to pay, like these people that have the permit to work in our county, I can take them to court. Obviously, they have a bigger pocketbook than I do, to fight the issue. But it's just like when I met today, it's like, you see the lines, we see the lines, you cut it, because here it is. Here, you're on this side and you're on this side, and you were the only one digging. Well, but it's not measured. Okay, I've lived here my whole life. Let's understand the fact that that you did that. So let's resolve the issue and let's work together, but we're getting nowhere.
Have you
And
talked to Sean? Sean, are you aware of this? Jessica, Sean and Jessica would probably be or probably Jessica maybe would be maybe the best contact on that. Would you say?
On the contractors and,
yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely reach out.
And I appreciate you putting a hold on the action that's going when the stuff's not in the right place. Because if you don't get it in the right place now, I mean, we buried fiber however many years ago. It's there forever. And so, but there's guidelines that people have to follow. And if you have guidelines and they don't follow them, you might as well throw the guidelines out the door. They mean nothing because nobody follows them. And anytime, just like a lot of federal money that we get and government money that we get, there's people out there. And a job that we're doing right now over in Missouri, I'm paying someone to stand there and make sure that contractor does what he says he's supposed to do. And that's money out of our pocket, yes. But that contractor is going to tell you he's going to do whatever is going to work for him. But unless I have somebody standing there watching him.
Yeah, to take care of your first concern, yeah, I'd definitely talk to Jessica because it's dealt with the ARPA funds and stuff like that, and we have contracts with them. So that's where I would start with her.
It's a tenant from the power plant on that one from the quick call.
It is not cut by QuickCom.
That's it.
I gotcha. Took me a second. So
Anyway, I'm a little red-faced because I just left from there having the conversation, and I was more than willing to try to work and, figure this out. And it's just like, it's frustrating to me. If I damage somebody's stuff, I'm going to take care of it. And you're coming into our county where we have been here 114 years, and then I have to deal with people like this. They don't care. I mean, it's quicker for them just to cut it and go on than it is to, take time. We had marked that same area 17 times. 17 times it had been marked. They had been given our information to call. But this is the kind of work we're doing here. We're putting conduit in the middle of the road. We're cutting existing fiber that's already there. We're a small Linn County. They don't care. They'll be in and out of here, gone somewhere else.
Well, if you've kept up, we're trying to work on that permitting process with all
Yes.
this.
Has that been cut a while ago or just?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's still-
Yeah. Yeah, I've been working on this. No, I've been working on this for quite some time. It was back, I don't remember, Jim. Yeah, so it's just been an ongoing issue that I thought we could resolve as two people, but
Well, I'd start with Jessica. So if you want to reach out to her, send her an email, let her know what's going on, and I think we should definitely be involved in that.
okay, thank you.
I think you guys just received an email from the sheriff talking about animal control. Whenever you may want to take time to, it's pretty long.
Okay,
If you want to get into it during the meeting right now, but
Any more public comment?
I just need a quick moment to catch you up. Your discussion on 900 Road, the engineer is here to look at another project. He also believed we may even go out there today as a miscommunication. He's also got the airport to do the estimate for. So if you had any questions on permitting or state permits, he's more than willing to speak with you, and you can get direct knowledge from someone that can give you those state statutes or requirements.
What will he be here? I mean, what time can he be here? Do we need?
He's in the next room.
Okay. Well, we got Chris. We got two other ladies that are here. Can he give us 30 minutes?
Sure. Then I'd also advise you, as part of my agenda, because it was supposed to be last week, we still have the high-risk rural roads from 1695 back to Snow Hill to address and deal with, because today is our last day on the extension on that, so we'll have to address that today.
Okay. Chris, you want to go ahead and come on up?
Good morning, Chris Martin, Linn County IT Director. I'm here to present my budget request. Did you guys get that okay through your stuff?
Yeah.
Had time to review that. I'll go through shortly my narrative, but the main takeaway up front is I am asking for just a hair over 17,500 less than last year. So we've taken some stuff out that big projects got handled this year. I'll try to summarize the proposal. I mean, it's the same one we've kind of gone through the last 2 years. The IT department, we support over 25 departments, offices, entities all over the county. We acquire and maintain all electronic assets, servers, desktops, laptops, cell phones, you name it. Basically, if it plugs in, it probably has something to do with us. We also handle all of the radios, our tower infrastructure, high-speed data links, repeaters, fiber optics. We provide 24-hour support for critical infrastructure. In our case, that's mostly our dispatch 911 and radio systems. We maintain and operate the Network Operations Center, which is the big server room at the new Justice Center. As far as our support ticket system, in 2023, we received 1,431 support ticket requests. So far this year, we've received 753 support ticket requests. We also assist other departments and projects outside of the normal scope of what you would think is IT, specifically HVAC and electrical. Especially in our commercial HVAC side, a lot of that is network and technical. There's data running to everything. So we try to help maintain and manage that to reduce any sort of outside vendor fees or costs for doing those things. There's 2 full-time staff in the IT department. We're fully staffed. So to break down our request, our contractual line, there's only one change, and it's actually a removal. But we have a remote support subscription. That's what we use to assist users all over the county. It's one of those tools where we send them an email or give them a link, and then it allows us to remote into their computer and help them without us having to necessarily travel there. Adobe Acrobat Pro, we use that for e-signatures and just a lot of internal documentation. Our antivirus licensing, so that did go up a little bit this year. That we pay for the antivirus out of our budget for all county assets. So that's every computer, server, cell phone, we run the ESET system on those. And in talking with them, they've given us a quote that'll cover into January, which is when our renewal is. And it'll be just shy of $5,000 total to cover everything. And that's because we keep getting new devices added, whether it's, new computers for people or especially cell phones. We get a lot of new cell devices. Our training and travel, kind of self-explanatory. We've got a security class that's real advanced actually this fall. That's we found out through emergency management, and we're waiting to hear back if we've been approved on that. Now that actual training is being paid for by a state agency, but the travel and the hotel would be covered by us, and any other kind of educational stuff that we do internally comes out of that budget. Cell phone, there's one cell phone, one hotspot, vehicle insurance, JPS radio licenses. That's the cell phone radio interface. So, there's two of us. We both have that. We use that to communicate with each other as well as a lot of other departments, public works, sheriff, that kind of thing. Our commodities line, fuel and maintenance. So we have two vehicles. One is a Ford Explorer that was gifted to us from the sheriff's office. It is high mileage. But we haven't really had a lot of maintenance to do with it recently. And then we have the Dodge pickup that is driven full time. Office supplies, wiring supplies, that's a line item that just I did increase it just a little bit this year because we get a lot of that throughout the year. Just connectors, wire, like we did all the wiring over at the old judicial building for the new offices over there. And all the kind of connecting equipment that goes along with that. Our tower, okay, this is capital outlay. Our tower data antennas, this is a line that I put in every year. This is for unexpected tower climbs. So that cost has gone up since what it was a couple years ago. We know it's going to be, if we have to have a tower climb done to get the crew here and all that, it's going to be a minimum of $2,000. So, by the time we get all of our stuff in gear and everything, and we do all the groundwork to save those dollars, but, we average around $3,000 a visit on an emergency tower climb. An emergency doesn't mean like, oh my gosh, they got to come down tomorrow, but to get these things taken care of, because we've got all this equipment that's 200, 250, 300 feet in the air, and it's getting beat on by weather and sun, and it breaks down. So that's what that line item's for. Security equipment. So we maintain security infrastructure that is, well, we maintain it all, but cameras, recorders that are for the entire county. Or not for one specific department. Typically if, let's say, the jail wanted a new camera or a camera replaced, they would have budgeted for that. If they didn't, we would take it out of here. But things like a public hallway over at the Justice Center, the main lobby area, that's the whole building. So that would come out of that line item. We do replace hard drives from time to time in the NVRs and things like that. That's what it comes out of. Server maintenance, same thing, just servers. One new item I added here this year was the network security keys. I have one here. So we need to get, we're required to get more stringent with our authentication. Everybody deals with multi-factor authentication anymore. They send you the code, you got to punch it in on the website, or it sends you a thing on your phone and you access it. All those are great tools. But we want something that's going to be easy, robust, and secure. And so security keys are the way to go for that. It's a little device, you plug it into the computer on your USB, but you keep it with you. So that's one method that it would use to authenticate a user to get in their computer. And being that it's a physical key, it's better than getting a code on a phone. in many cases. So what I've done is just kind of budgeted for the physical devices, the actual authentication software in the back end and all that. That's all not included there because it doesn't really cost anything the way that we're going about doing that. But these are required for the sheriff's office, going to be required for county attorney because of the sensitivity of the information. Some agencies with the state have already started requiring the multi-factor everywhere. And, you know, we need to be more vigilant on our end with security. Some of our users are already doing multi-factor to get into their email. And it's a great method to prevent outside intrusion into the email. This is just a better way of doing it into the physical computer. The big thing that got taken off of this budget from last year, that's why I said under contractual, was the know before, that training system that we use. So this year we actually did I believe it was a 3-year contract, and we paid for that in advance out of the budget. But it allowed us to get the price way down over the 3 years, and they gave us some real good concessions on the pricing there. So that's why you don't see that in there, because it's already been paid for the next 2 years, this year plus the next 2. The other one that was out last year, you may recall, I did a presentation on the storage servers and the metric server. That was a large expenditure. Those have all been, you know, delivered, powered on, and are in use. And so, of course, those came off of the expense. Any questions on the line items? So one thing I thought I would just share with you, because we talk about the expenses, but what the IT department helps save the county. I just have two quick examples. The big one that is a pretty high dollar item, I would say, is the phone system. So, you know, we engineer, maintain, install the phone system. In 2016, 2017 timeframe, we saved roughly 80,000. That's actually a low number of the phone costs due to no long distance, as well as a savings in the number of actual physical lines that was there. By us doing that, and that was just the Mound City operation, I should also add, because after that time frame, we've expanded where the landfill, the marina, the road shops, the fire stations, a few senior centers, some solid waste, the compactor sites, they're all using our system because it costs them nothing. So, you know, the extensions don't cost anything. There's no long distance for those users on those lines. And it's just really been a great system, and it's still running great today. We've upgraded the server once since then, and we just are using existing equipment. We virtualize that so that we can move it from one piece of hardware to another without any downtime. And what that means is if I take a server that's, you know, critical production, so, you know, I'll move it into place and run the phone system off of that. And the end users never see that happen, but it's all kind of seamless in the background. What we know also, we had received bids back then in 2016 timeframe, actually a little bit before. But like one of the vendors, and that was the low one, what they were doing is charging a $20 per extension fee per year for a license fee. Plus there was some hardware and software maintenance fees that were in there. So just back then in 2016, 17, I can't guess what it would be today. You know, that's a $6,000 per year savings because we have over 200 extensions in the county. The other thing that we help with that saves is the radio system. So we manage the back end system, all the towers, the repeaters. You know, this past year we did the 5 repeater sites around the county. Part of that installation, we did all of the wireless backhaul groundwork, all the technical connecting. And had we had the vendor do that, that would have been an additional $10,000 to us. So, you know, that's a cost savings that we were able to provide. The other thing is programming of radio. So we maintain the software and the cabling for programming radios. Typically a radio shop will charge an entity around $20 a radio to reprogram or make changes in those. Since we maintain that equipment, it's not expensive, but it saves a lot of money if we need to make any changes or program new radios. The other thing is we also make that available to the cities. So we help the cities program their radios free of charge.
You got any questions?
Um,
You got any big projects coming up?
So I don't really have any big projects. I haven't had any county entities reach out to me regarding computer costs or wanting to discuss servers or anything like that. One project that I talked about it last year, and I'm still working to find someone to help get that done. I need to run water lines to the air conditioners in the server room for the humidifiers in the winter. It gets very, very dry in there. We're getting below 20% humidity, which is not ideal. But that's about the only project I had on my list coming up.
No, thanks for the narrative. I like that a lot. So last year your budget request was 201,800, correct?
Yes, sir. That's right.
And this year you're asking for 184,240.
That's correct.
I'll tentatively approve the IT budget at $184,240.
Also,
Motion moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
So commissioners, the other thing you had asked, if there was any potential policy change requests, to bring them now. So I did. These are things that have been discussed around the office and different places for probably a good year and a half. The first one and the language I have in here is not, I'm not suggesting the policy language. I'm just discussing the need for a policy. Mobile computer purchasing and VPN access. So remote access to Linn County networks and systems presents an elevated security risk and additional cost. Although there are some job roles that require external secure access to Linn County's infrastructure, most do not. The purchase of mobile computers that are rarely removed from an office also creates additional unnecessary costs and additional maintenance costs to the county. A desktop computer is typically less than $1,000, but a laptop or Surface device is usually $1,700 or more. We would like a policy to require, so this is actually a twofold thing. We'd like a policy to require that a job description be updated to indicate if a position would regularly need or require remote VPN access. Okay, so remote VPN access is you are connecting remotely to our infrastructure, to Linn County's, and accessing our internal systems. There's encryption, there's authentication, there's some costs associated with that. We just have some folks that, especially with COVID, we ended up with a lot of mobile devices, and we'll get a phone call that they haven't accessed the VPN for a year and a half, maybe more, and they're going on vacation or we want to be able to do that. Well, they haven't accessed it. The account may have been disabled. It just exposes a risk, by having those out there. So it would allow the IT department to gauge quantity and size and bandwidth necessary for appropriate encryption and authentication hardware and software. There are some that are obvious, like the sheriff deputies, they're in their car right now, but we provide that hardware. I know the county attorney's office, I've spoke to him. They have the remote and into some of their things. But there are just cases where these accounts are hanging out there and these devices are hanging out there that they could potentially log in and create a security problem for us. So I would also like to see a policy that if a position does not normally require remote access, that our standard selection of computer hardware be a desktop computer. Repair and maintenance is much faster, lower cost for a desktop than for a Surface or a laptop. Especially a Surface. We've had a lot of those where a battery has swelled in them or something. Those are sealed. You can't pop that open and change it out. So we end up having to replace the entire device before we would want to. Is there any questions on that one?
No, thank you for bringing that forward. I'd probably say after we get done with budget, we'll probably try to do some kind of I would suggest we do some kind of, go through all the department heads with the policy and probably come back to it and explain a little more in detail, have a workshop or something.
That sounds great. I've got 3 more real quick and then I'll be out of your way. 4 more. Outside of county policy IT purchases. If a department or office purchases and or installs IT related equipment without following current policy, network policy, any support requests regarding that equipment may be deemed low priority by the IT department. Based on the IT department's knowledge and experience, purchasing and using inferior equipment will inevitably lead to unnecessary breakdowns and additional work for IT staff that would not be necessary had appropriate equipment been purchased or installed. So we're in the unique position of seeing what doesn't work all over. We recommend, if David said, I need a monitor, and I order a monitor and think, hey, this is a good deal, we put it in there and it doesn't work. For whatever reason, it doesn't last. It's a problem. It doesn't have the right VESA mounting on the back. There's a lot of things that could be on something as simple as a monitor. But another department wouldn't know that David had all these problems, right? So they go and order something, put it in, but now they're going to have the same problem. It's not always about buying the cheapest. It's about the best at the best price. And so we have this unique perspective to be able to look at it and say, I see what you need. I see what you're wanting. And let's go get the right thing, knowing what didn't work for us in the past. So that's where that's coming from. Connections, these last 3 are kind of no-brainers. No device shall be connected to a Linn County network unless it is connected by IT department staff or a user is directed to connect the equipment by IT department staff. Connecting any device to a network imposes security or functional risk if it is not done properly or with appropriate safeguards. Email forwarding. No Linn County email account shall be set to automatically forward outside of a Linn County domain. This poses a significant risk to information security and the county's ability to ensure compliance with various security requirements in multiple operations around the county. So what that means is if you have a Linn County SO email address and you forward it to a Linn County KS, those are both ours. That's fine. But if you can't send it to a Gmail automatically, they we can't really control what they print sometimes. There is some ways, but that's not important here. But the automatic forwarding of email is what that's addressing. And the last one is turn off computers. All workstations, desktop or mobile, must be physically turned off at the end of each workday. This is for reliability and security purposes. Turning off the computer will help prevent remote intrusion attempts. A computer is also less susceptible to electrical surges when it is powered off. There are exceptions to this, such as dispatch, jail, and many others that I've talked to people about. The IT department will work with individual devices and users that are required to be left running for long periods of time. But I would like a policy, because I get that I've asked, and I've had it said, well, there's no policy that says that. Well, I'm hoping to add one because it's important that they shut them off in the end of the day, not in the middle of the day.
These are all items that you want to either add or change, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for bringing that up. Is that it?
That's all I have.
So I think it'd be a good idea that, after budgets, I like how you brought that forward. We do like a workshop, bring you in, we talk about it, you educate us on it, and if it's necessary, I think it needs to be in the policy. So
Very good.
good, Jim.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, looks like we have Pam up next.
Pam Cannon, GIS Mapping Department. I'm here to ask for an increase for my budget, and the only item that is being increased is for the additional employee that you approved last week. So the total budget, did you guys get everything?
Right now, I haven't had a chance to look it over. If I did,
So I'm increasing my payroll budget from 118,457 to 161,207. So that's a total budget request of 2011 $307. And that does not include the 3% COLA. I assume if you guys approve that, David will add that as well.
Can you kind of go over what your department does?
Sure. I've got 9 pages. You want me to go through all that or just hit some highlights?
I don't think you have to go through all 9 of them.
So the purpose of the Linn County GIS Mapping Department is to provide accurate and detailed cadastral maps, land information, and management for taxing purposes. The specialized technical work involves multiple software programs to provide digital maps and databases for all county departments. We digitize all plat, subdivision surveys, lot splits for appraisal mapping and planning and zoning. We maintain a daily deed log for all transfers of ownership and keep all deeds and records for each parcel on a map work card. And we continually maintain parcel boundaries and land use. We have to research for back taxes, mortgages. Deeds have to be identical before we can combine those into one parcel. When there's a parcel split, we map the parcel changes and land use changes and overlay them with the soils layer, and then run an ag use report that the appraiser then data enters into the Orion software for their office. Sometimes we have to run 2 reports. If it's like a PUP hearing, then we have to run the previous year and the current year's tax reports for their records. This is just the first page. I'm going to keep going.
Oh, just hit the main points. That's really.
We download and update the sales information from Orion weekly. Those are confidential, so we have to be careful about how those are shared. We assign all 911 addresses outside of the city limits. We maintain all the NG 911 data within the database. That's address points, road center lines, the authoritative boundaries, ambulance boundaries, fire boundaries, PSAP boundary, law enforcement boundary, municipal boundaries, highway mile markers, parks, streams, water bodies, trails. And we were required to update quarterly to the Kansas NG 911 portal. It has to pass multiple tests being run through a data toolbox before it can be submitted. And we also have to, since we didn't go with the Kansas state hosted solution, we're in part of the MARC region, then I also have to do all of that data for them as well. They also require that we map all trails. So we have those mapped, and they finally were able to come down and address all of the equine trail at the park. Well, their signage, they have certain requirements for the signs for the addressing there. And right now we're currently having a very difficult time finding someone who can make those signs to their specifications. So even though we saved money on the front end of that, it's costing us more money to have all these signs that we're going to have made. We manage over 9,000 address points. And we have, if somebody wants an address assigned, they have to fill out a driveway entrance application. And then the road foreman has to go out and determine if they need to install a tube for the entrance, whether it's going to meet proper drainage, whether it's got proper sight distance, if it's a safe location, not on the crest of a hill or a curve. All those things have to be taken into consideration. It's determined, the number is determined by where that access point is into the property, not where the building is, but where the driveway is. So that's when the number is assigned. And then once the building is built, then I have to put that address point, move it from the original location to the building itself, so that when it shows up in dispatch, it knows which building is calling for that. We work with post offices, cities, utilities, phone companies on all of the addresses to make sure nothing falls through the gaps so that somebody's not covered. Some things have a domino effect. I explained to you guys last year how if a municipal boundary is changed, all of the different things that have to be changed within the 911 system for all that to work together. We map all the political boundary layers for the clerk's office, school districts, school board member districts, tax units, townships, voting precincts, road districts, library district, hospital district, cemetery district, commissioner districts. We provide tax unit shapefiles for the yearly certification that Dave is required to do from his office. And we assist with data information for the Elvis voter registration software when someone changes their address or moves. We map for the emergency management. We've mapped river flood stage maps, fire district boundaries, fire station and ambulance locations, helicopter landing locations, auto aid, water rescue, evacuation routes, hydrants, electric service boundaries, rural water district boundaries, search grids, school building locations, water tower locations. We provide maps for AMR for their vehicles or whatever they request they might need. We map for the tax sale properties. We map for planning and zoning, the comprehensive plan maps, flood, when redoing the flood zone, changes, future zonings. We also map the conditional use permits. We've done some work for the cities. Pub Works, we recently created a map of all the roads that were affected by the 2024 flood and rain disaster for reimbursement consideration. We determine how many miles of roads are gravel, hard surface, or minimum maintenance. We look up road records for vacations and minimum maintenance roads. We maintain an official road map with the new resolutions or changes. We've got a database where you can look, because the road records are by the original road name, which was typically the person's name that wanted the road. And so then with all the 911 road names, we've got a database so that you can cross-reference to be able to find that original road record to know where that's at. We can map for mowing areas for bids, for the lawn mowing, the lease for the hay fields, public works software. We keep track of, we map all of the building locations, the compactor locations, lift locations, road locations, culvert features, grid features, sign features. And we have to synchronize anytime we change something in GIS, we have to synchronize that to the PubWorks software so that it all works seamlessly together. Flipping through some of the highlights here. We have questions that people will ask, like, what is the value of a specific area? For example, like the ISO boundaries, or possibly if you were to create a cemetery district in this area, what's the value in it? That's part of the GIS with the location and the values. We can download the values from the Orion information, the appraiser stuff, and then we can link that with our boundaries and determine things like that. In 2012, we took pictures. We did a total inventory of all of the signs, and we have that in PubWorks. All of those pictures are in a database that, with the current software that we have, you can click on that sign location and it'll bring up the picture that we took. And so I'm in the process, because we're going to from ArcMap desktop to Arc Pro, and Pro doesn't have that same capability. So I'm uploading all of those 3,378 sign images, all those pictures, into the PubWorks software so that that historical information is there. We've had questions before where there's a sign down and they've disposed of it somehow or another. They may not know if there was actually a sign there, what sign it was, or whatever, and we can go back and look at those pictures and see that, yeah, there was a stop sign there. It was a wooden post, and it also had something else with, just historical information there. We don't require a support request when someone calls and asks questions or just ask for whatever. So I don't keep track of all of the telephone calls or all the emails or anything like that. And we've got over 200 different layers of information. We try to help bridge the gap between departments and help them understand what one department does affects another department and how, and just try to offer support there. We've got some phone apps that are being used. Any questions? I covered pretty well, hit everything.
I don't really have any. Do you see any big changes coming up for your department in the next 2 years or so?
And the plotter is the coloring on it is starting to kind of mess up, so we'll probably be having to look at replacing it. The computer that's on it for the scanner is out of date. We can still scan stuff, but it doesn't hook up very well with the network and stuff anymore, so probably within the next year or two, we'll be replacing that. The laminator that we have, it is just a cold laminator, just press on, and it's served its purpose, but, I don't know if we'll want to look at replacing that with maybe a heat laminator or whatever, but it wasn't feasible to do that when we were in upstairs with poor electrical and stuff, so might be something in the future.
And your increase was salary, you said?
Yeah, that's the only item that I'm increasing, and that should be a temporary increase. The next year's budget will look a lot different.
So, okay, so it's going up from 168,557 to 211,307.
Correct.
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the GIS mapping budget as stated.
Also,
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Anything else for me, David?
Thank you, Pam. Oh, Lisa, you ready?
Hi, I'm Lisa Kelstead, appraisers for the Linn County Appraiser's Office. I do have quite a few changes in our budget this year, and I put it down in our write-up. I'll tell you a little bit about what our office does. The appraiser's office currently has 7 staff members, and we are responsible for discovering, inspecting, evaluating, and assigning a market or appraised value on all taxable and exempt properties. The only thing we do not value are utilities. In addition, our office has to adhere to all the state mandated rules and regulations set by the Department of Revenue, and we are accountable to them constantly every day. In 2024, the county appraiser, we did certify the real, personal, and oil and gas. We also appraise oil and gas values to the clerk by June 1st, which is our statutory deadline. The resulting taxable assessed value becomes the tax base for the county. The appraiser's office defends those values, which I have already been to small claims and BOTA hearings on some values this year. The county appraiser also administers all matters relating to the exemption of property. We handle all exemptions that we file to the Department of Revenue, to the State Board of Tax Appeals. Property in Kansas is revalued annually, and once every 6 years, a real estate parcel has to be inspected. This year, in 2023, we re-inspected 6,083 parcels. And we also, between all the new sales, and we have to go re-inspect all sales, we have to re-inspect building permits. And I believe we inspected about 8,900 parcels last year where we physically had to go on site and relook at those parcels. We're renumbering our parcel counts this year so we don't have such a heavy year in the next 6 years. Our new 6-year cycle starts this year. So, our mission statement is to just do the best we can to appraise. I have issued you some of our statistics. We have 19,265 parcels that we have to value in a 6-year cycle. We have about 9,900 to 10,000 personal property items that we value annually. We have been on a 6-year cycle to do work with our personal property. I've been teaching them how to value our field staff, how to value personal and real together. And we've increased our personal property valuation about 200% in the last 6 years. So there's just a lot of things that can be missed. And so part of that is in training of our field staff. One of my biggest things in our budget this year is that we have 2 employees that are considering retiring. And with that, there's about 60 years of experience between the 2 of them. My budget suggestion this year is that I not only have to replace 1 employee that has recently transferred to another department, but I'd like to bring on 2 more staff. And what I want to do is for the next 2 years, before these employees get completely retired, I would like to have one-on-one intense training. The appraiser's office is a very educated department, and it takes 5 to 7 years to really learn the appraisal process. And in order to become more educated and calculated and rise up in the appraisal process, you have to have a minimum of 6,000 hours of appraisal field work. Not only that, but 200 hours of where you have to go to school and be tested for over 200 hours of education. So in order to start that process, I don't want to have to begin over every time somebody leaves. I'd like to bring the 3 staff on, the new hire and the 3 staff, and train them all at once. So where we can field train them at the same time and office train them at the same time. And in order to do that, I need to increase my budget. And that is where the payroll increase comes with the payroll. Our payroll's about 86.7%. And if you see on my front page, I have included about $75,000 to bring on 2 new employees. And part of that is our, every time someone retires, there's a retirement payout. And that is the best guesstimate I can get on the hours that are left in each of our employees' vacation and sick time that we would have to pay out as part of our budget. And so the 75,000 would bring on the 2 extra employees. If we don't, and in your opinion, to do something different, then the above number, the 338.9, is what the budget would be without. We have enough money in our budget this year to already bring in the 2 new employees. I've got enough to cover their budget this year and replace the employee that just transferred out of our office. But I need the budget for the next 2 years. My goal is that when the employees retire, we would not rehire. We would just be able to, we would already be covered, and they would already have 1 to 2 years experience by the time our very experienced employees retire. It's an issue, and it's been a problem. In the last 4 years, we've lost 3 employees that had well over 90 years experience. And so we've got a very young staff. Most of them have been there, 1 to 3 years. They're still learning. And so that is why I'm thinking I need to get them in and get them trained while we're still here. And not that I'm one of them, but anyway, so the only other change in my budget is the contractual. And I'm having to increase that because we moved into a new building. And I thank you for the new building. It's wonderful. We really like it. We're down on the 1st floor, but we're going to have to pay the electric bill, which we haven't ever had to do in our budget before. So I've just estimated at what I think the electric bill will be. I put in $625 a month. They're going to charge that all to the appraiser's office. So it won't, we do have other offices in our building, but they said it's just easier if one office pays for it all. So I estimated about $7,500 for the electric. And otherwise I kept the contractual the same. The contractual includes our contracts to maintain our appraisal books. We have to pay for those everywhere. Contractual includes postage. It includes going to school, which new employees, we will be sending them to school so they can get educated on the Orion system. It's a very detailed computer system about appraisal. And so they will need to go in, because a lot of times appraisal is a whole new field nobody knows anything about. When you bring them in, their brains have to be retrained on what appraisal is. So there's some schooling involved in that. And the only thing I changed commodities, $500, just for the cost of goods increase, it's about 5%. And capital outlay, I kept it the same. The only thing I can see that we will need, we have the desks in the room to bring in 2 new employees. We might have to buy 1 computer and maybe 1 scanner, maybe 2 scanners. That would be the only thing that we would have to put in our offices. So are there any questions? I'm happy to answer anything I can. We have listed the way our budgets have changed in the years and the write-ups that I sent you on just how costs have increased. A lot of that is to our education department. In the last 3 or 4 years, 2 of us have become RMAs, which is required to be a county appraiser. Our deputy appraiser is an RMA. So both of us, we have the ability, we can go in and do some teaching ourselves in a classwork setting. Our conference room, we're hoping to use that to go in and do the paperwork side training for our employees, but then we'll also have to do the fieldwork training, so.
You had stated, if somebody builds something, you guys have to go out and reappraise it after the building permit's completed.
Yeah, we go look at all of them.
Do we include a price for that, for your guys' time and effort to take you away from your original?
That's part of our job as our field appraisers. They're kind of the army of our office. They go out. We did, I think, 625 building permits last year where we had to physically go on site and measure something that on top of all of our other work. And then our sales work is on top of all of that. We try to combine everything if we can. Say someone has a sale and a building permit and they're in our 17% review. We pull them all together and we try to go look at it all at once. But that's how many parcels. We are normally really busy. Last year was a really hard year. We were out till like December 31st, just checking parcels. Like we have to go out on building completions if the house is not completed and started mid-year, because our appraisals are based on January 1st. So we have to go out by December 31st and check the completion of all of our incomplete houses. And so we're just really busy. And so now I'm down to a staff of 6, and because one just transferred out of our office actually today. And so most of the staff are, our field appraisers are 1 to 3 years experience. So they're just new and learning, which they're doing a great job, but we just need some more help. So.
You any questions? You any questions? So you're requesting the 490?
Yes, requesting the 490 without the COLA. And it's just to bring on 2 employees, hopefully for 2 years, and then it'll go back down to probably the 7 employees. So we're just 9 for 2 years to get the training in, and then after that, it should go back to 7 after they've had some experience.
I'm all about your forward thinking. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
So, I would make a motion that we tentatively approve the appraiser's budget at 490,000.
Second.
Motion been moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor, aye?
Thank you very much.
Looks like we got Dr. Allen here. Doctor, you want to come up and talk?
You guys got these ahead of time emails, with the exception of the budget, which got to be knowledgeable on the second page. So really 2 questions to ask today. Mr. Thomas, Superintendent of USD 344 is available here to, if you have questions. The opportunities that we have at STARS, I've laid out opportunities for really any county residents to advance their skills and their training. What I presented last year was asking the county to get behind the facility, the campus, to continue to provide these opportunities. What I'm going to ask this year is the same, getting behind the campus. And so I'm a whiteboard guy. Linn County campus. College salary. Supplies. US East. Trips. Transportation. Sorry.
Can you just start at the very beginning and tell us what the start
So,
is?
yeah, so in here is my original 5-year plan that I provided you guys last year. The highlighted portions of that 5-year plan are what we've done with that 5-year plan. And so what we're trying to do at STARS is give opportunities for people in the county to advance their skills, advance their training, advance their marketability. And so most of our kids are high school kids, but not all. It's open to anybody. So like EMT, this year we had 4 that took night classes that are adult students, adult learners that wanted to advance their training in EMT. So they have the opportunity to do that here in Linn County. And so what I'm asking for today is to finish up last year. The board approved a budget request last year. We've got the first disbursement check on that. The second disbursement check is in limbo right now. And then the second thing I'm asking is a plan going forward. And so when I made the proposal last year, the first proposal was to do a building remodel. We had a big influx of students. We needed a remodel to get classrooms. What the plan for going forward is for STARS or somebody other than USD 344 to own the campus. 344 Pleasanton High School owns the campus. And so they're bearing 100% of the weight of the campus. And that's not fair to ask them to continue to do going forward. So the plan can go a lot of different ways. The plan going forward can go a lot of different directions. It can be a multi-year plan that really is a pretty low ask of the county. It can be a one-time ask of close to $1 million to purchase the building, be sustainable. You've got my end of the year budget from STARS, which my board requested that we have an accounting. You've got that available in front of you. You've got my 5-year plan. I think pretty much all the information you need. Now, some of the information that's missing from Fort Scott Community College, there's been a big investment in tools and supplies. For you guys that have been there, the simulators, that's $400,000 worth of heavy equipment simulators. We just last week, well, actually it was the third week in June, got $15,000 worth of tools for the heavy equipment program. So they've got quite a bit of skin in the game. We're looking at between instructional supplies, tools, and staff, very close to $1 million that they've invested.
Is owned by Fort Scott.
Say that again.
It's owned by Fort Scott.
It is, yeah. So Fort Scott Community College, when they bring equipment, it's owned by Fort Scott Community College, and so they're responsible for insuring it, for the contents.
Could you go down through your receipts and your expenses?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
This to us?
Sure. So the tax form that we had from Heiser, Linn County contribution was $220,000. Of that, $108,000 was paid immediately to USD 344 that they did the remodel. They owned the building. STARS couldn't get a loan for a remodel for a building that we didn't own. So 344 owns the building. They took that. That check was written within the first week of getting it. Workforce development is something that we've paid out of cash donations. The STARS board felt like it was an important thing. And really, all this funnels down to, do you have a student that is work ready? What we're talking about is in here, but that's what it comes down to. So we had 91 students this year. Out of that 91, we have 2 that don't have full-time jobs. And so one of the 2 that's personal decision, was offered employment and rejected it and just wasn't ready to make that trip and had some things that they wanted to do as a child before they grew up. So USD 344, $108,000. Contract service workforce development, that's board approved with funds that we've received, cash donations. Administrative services, which is janitorial work, lawn care, the administration of running STARS, is, in my opinion, this continuing the campus, maintaining the campus, supporting the campus. Utilities, that's a hard number for utilities. Equipment expenses, that's going to be things that we need to do to maintain our equipment that we own at STARS. And so table saw blades, bandsaw blades, grinder wheels, things that we use for teaching the kids. Credit card charges. The bulk of the credit card charge was the trip to Garden City, where our welders showed out. That's 2 years in a row that we've won the welding competition at Garden City. Last year it was 4 states. This year it was 3 states. Sean's student won. First time that they've had a female welder win the competition at Garden City, and little 95-pound woman went out and won the welding competition. We took 3 out of the top 5 spots, and so that was 19 different schools involved in that welding competition. The other portion of the credit card charges are just materials to run the building, cleaning supplies, toilet paper, paper towels. So we've got ourselves in a position where we can put that on a credit card. We can itemize it out if that helps on what that's used. I know just off the top of my head that it was roughly $2,500 was involved in that the welding competition trip in Garden City.
Not pay any of the trip, that would not be involved in the trip charges.
It is, yeah. So Jayhawk provided a van and transportation. Pleasanton provided a van and a transportation this year. We had 2 Jayhawks students and 1 Lewisburg student went this year. The students that went as juniors just to observe was 2 Pleasanton students and I believe another Lewisburg student that went. And so over here, sorry, I got a little wobbly with transportation. The USDs have been good. It's when I've asked, they've answered yes every time. And so there hasn't been one time that I've asked for transportation. The other part of transportation with the USDs is getting the students to the STARS facility every day, which for Pleasanton is not expensive. For Jayhawk, there's probably a little expense involved. For the outlying school districts, there's more expense involved. Computer expenses, that's getting computer repaired. I think most of that went to our printer. Supplies, which is going to be computer supplies, just routine supplies. And then uniforms was for our open house. We got uniforms for all of our STARS instructors and staff for our open house. Our open house was attended by 32 businesses, area businesses, as far north as downtown Kansas City. Was pretty well received. Sean, did you make it to the open house? And so the people that made it to the open house were impressed. We had 9 job offers that day. The businesses that were somewhat aware came down. We ended up getting pretty sizable industry support because of our open house. They were like, you guys are really doing what the business industry needs at STARS. I won't mention any names, just respect for anonymity, but we had one business that's out of Passaic donated $50,000 worth of heavy equipment usage last year because of the tour, the business industry. So I've got Linn County, Fort Scott, and USDs. The bucket that I don't have up here is community support, and the community support has been fantastic. But what the community is supporting is in-kind donations. It's not cash donations.
What does each USD, I mean, explain to me so the camera, everybody that's watching this can understand what STARS does, what their mission is, what their goals are, who's funded it, that you guys are ran by a board that helps you make your decisions, not just you coming up here and asking for money. Can you just explain that?
Sure. Yeah. So let's start with the board. So STARS has a 9-member board. It's the 3 school districts in Linn County that have a seat on the board, a community member, which right now it's USD 344 owns the building, so their board president is the community member. Linn County has a seat on the board, and Fort Scott Community College has a seat on the board. So all decisions are board approved. 100% of the expenses are going to be board approved. And so, in fact, this Linn County Foundation receipt that you have, that was, the board wanted that. They want that for the end of the year. So we had that for the end of the year. So STARS exist to provide educational opportunities. And most of our educational opportunities, at least as of right now, are pathways that do not require a college degree. And so we've focused our energies on pathways that kids cannot have, they don't incur the expense of college degrees. They can go out and make a living. Now, some of our students choose to go to college. And so they take STARS, or they can work their way through college, or they have a skill. Like one of our HVAC students, his goal was to get a business degree. He's got a lot of scholarship opportunities, and then open up his own HVAC business. And so,
What you guys provide, does it provide credits to a college degree of like an elective credit?
yeah. And so the relationship of the USDs to Fort Scott Community College is they get college credit for the degrees. Most of our programs get a certificate. Some of the programs lead right toward state or national board testing availability. So like CNA, they go right from our program, they take their CNA boards. We had a student last year that, and they take it as a junior typically, that took CNA the first semester, got a job over Christmas break, and before the end of her junior year, she bought her own car because she was able to make close to $20 an hour as a CNA. She hustled, she worked over Christmas break, she worked nights, she worked weekends, she bought herself a vehicle as a junior in high school. So these certificates, and then state certification, or in the case of our EMTs, which is state and national certification, lead directly toward employment. Now, what's in the future for STARS? Fire One, we've started a advisory board. We're working on the process of running that through Kansas Board of Regents to get that approved. That'll take a year, maybe a year and a half. It takes some time, but that allows Linn County people, which can be adults or high school students, to get interested in fire. Now, this is my opinion. This is not a fact. My opinion is if you have Linn County kids taking courses and jobs that are available in Linn County, your retention is going to be way higher. And so the retention of people taking criminal justice or fire, or the other thing that I have in my mind is environmental water technology. Instead of trying to attract people that went to school somewhere else or live somewhere else, teach it to our own kids, and then they'll retire here in Linn County. They want to live in Linn County. In fact, most of our seniors that graduated last year continue to live in Linn County. A significant portion of them work outside of the county, but they live in Linn County.
Do you work close with, I mean, you're talking about fire, do you work close with the fire chief to give opportunities to him for that, or the sheriff's department?
So two different things. One is what can happen outside of this. And the answer to your first question is yes, we can give them an opportunity outside of this. That's on a case-by-case basis. The other is what happens within the confines of STARS that leads towards college credit, dual credit for high school for some of our classes, and opportunities to get these kids involved in pathways that they can explore, that they can go make a good living without ever spending a day paying for college. They don't have to pay for college. And so, and that's where things get a little tricky, is that Senate Bill 155, or Excellence CTE, is the other thing that you'll see it called. The state of Kansas values these career pathways so highly that the state of Kansas will pay for it. So it's not free. This is not free education. It's valued so highly by the state of Kansas that Kansas will pay for these kids to go into these careers because they want them to stay in Kansas.
These other out-of-county schools pay.
So right now we haven't asked that. And so going forward, that may be an ask. And so going forward, that can be a part of the plan. So what the board has advised is, yes, that if the Linn County taxpayers are supporting the campus, that the out-of-county can. So we added, this year, we added Lewisburg, we added Uniontown mid-semester. Next year, we're adding Drexel, Missouri. Drexel, Missouri is paying across state line fees straight to Fort Scott Community College for their kids to be able to come. We have 8 re-enrolled from Drexel for next year. Now, Linn County benefits from having those 8 re-enrolled because all the community service projects that we're going to be working on are going to be in Linn County. They're going to stay in Linn County. Drexel's paying the fee, 100% of the fee straight to Fort Scott Community College, which we should get portions of that back for tools and supplies and instruction.
And they're paying salaries and
Instructor salaries, yeah. So right now we have 3 full-time instructors, and we have 1 that we're trying to move from part-time to full-time instructors, and we have 2 that will remain part-time, and our CNA instructor is pretty high level at Fort Scott Community College with nearly 100% pass rate. So we're seeing tangible benefits on this here. The students are ready to enter the workforce. We're seeing tangible benefits on kids that are still in high school that are entering the workforce and making wages that continue through the workforce. So another good example is HVAC. So our kids take EPA 608, which is their ability to handle refrigerant. They take that their first semester. They're incredibly marketable. As soon as they take that, they're junior in HVAC, but other people in the industry are hiring them for weekends and summers because of that EPA 608. So it's all about providing opportunities, getting these kids some skills, and then letting them do what they want with the skills. So our first year, we graduated 43. Second year was 91. And into our third year, we anticipate we have 120 again. And so the demand is there. We've had industry support from a welding industry that's been huge. It's been north of 50,000. We have heavy equipment operators that have donated in-kind material use, which heavy equipment material is expensive. If you guys came by, you probably saw the excavator, the dozer, and the four-wheel loader that we had. I mean, this is big equipment that the kids are getting to do their train on. We're doing some good things. Did we do everything perfect our first year? No. There's a learning curve that goes with STARS. Did we do everything perfect our second year? We were closer our second year than we were our third year. We're learning. So I know the reputation that we have as STARS is our quality of our work is pretty good, but we're really slow. I think that's a deserved reputation. It's important to understand that our primary function is education. And so when we have a student at STARS, let's use we can pick a project. I don't care. You can pick a project, whatever you want. That student comes on Monday. They do their NCCR book work. They do their prep for their test. They take their test on Tuesday. If they pass their test, they're free to go do community service improvement projects. And so if we're doing floors, walls, and ceilings, or if we're doing exterior carpentry, we try to gear the community service projects into what the courses that we're teaching. Like Concrete 1 is one of the courses that we'll teach. We don't exclude other ones, but we try to gear it where it meshes with the coursework that they're teaching, because some of them are pretty green. So take their test on Tuesday. We have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for community service projects. I'm guessing it's about 40% of our kids will pass the test the first time they take it. It's not 50%. And so if they don't pass the test, Wednesday goes back toward studying for the test, retake the test on Thursday or Friday. That you have to wait 48 hours between taking the test to retake the test. So what we want is education. Our primary responsibility is education. when we can fit in those community service projects. In fact, I heard 2 of them today that it was like, you guys should call us. They're great educational opportunities. Let our kids have those educational opportunities, but understand that we've got a system that works, that we have to take the coursework. We have to. That's not doing it is not an option. We have to take the test. And then our percentage of kids that are going to pass that test, those are the only ones that can go do those community service projects. And so we want to know that they have the skills before we ask them to do something that they don't have the skills for.
Do you guys work closely with any of our department heads within the county to see if there's anything that, any job opportunities? I mean, are you just trying, not all kids want to go out of county. I mean, are we?
No, in fact, the percentage is reasonably high that don't. We've had some kids that turned down pretty high wage jobs out of the county to stay in county. Probably the one that we work with the most is your maintenance crew. I know your road graders have been in and trained on equipment. They've come in and used our simulators to do some of their training. So those relationships are out there. That's probably the one. This year, carpentry was our first year of existence. And so we only had 3 carpentry students ready to turn out into the industry next year, or this year. Next year, it'll be 23. And so it'll be big. Kind of the big things that are in the work. We have an anonymous donor that is in the process of wanting to build affordable housing. I think we're going to build affordable housing in the shop. We'll work with your crew. We have a person that has experience moving houses that is willing to help us, assist us with the process of moving that on site. If we can get that figured out, and we're in the process of doing that, of figuring out how to build in thirds and then moving it on site when it's done, we can build a house and we can put it anywhere in the county. So it won't be restricted based on logistics. And so our community service projects this year, we did dog kennels for the city of Pleasanton. Mountain City's already asked. That was our welders that did that. We've done several bus stops. We've done smaller projects like the soldiers' shadow box that they presented. And so tried to help out as much as we could on the Pleasanton Senior Center, which I think may have been a fumble. We may have recovered, but it didn't go the way I thought in my mind that it should have. And so, but there is a learning curve. And so back to my ask, I think there is value to the opportunities that we present. Sean can speak to whether he thinks there's value to the high school kids on having this. The kids are getting better jobs their summer between their junior and senior year because of the classes that they take as juniors. Kids that are taking CNA, which is 1 semester, are working the summer at close to $20 an hour, most of them. We had 16 CNAs, 100% of them passed, and nearly 100% of them got employed over Christmas break. So I think we're doing good things. We're not to the point of sustainability yet. 344 cannot own that building forever. Either the county needs to own the building and have a lease agreement, which I'm not opposed to the idea. Stars owns the building and releases you guys from some of the day-to-day minutia of continuing to run this. Our biggest school district this year will be Linn. They will have the most enrollment. The second biggest junior class is actually Uniontown. And so we'll have Bourbon County kids coming in doing Linn County community service projects.
All three school districts here contribute?
As far as contribute funds
or necessities or what? I mean, what you have 344 on here, but I don't see anything for Jayhawk or Prairie View or.
So, yeah, I'm not sure the question.
That's what I'm asking. Does Jayhawk provide anything to you? Does Prairie View?
Yeah. So it's transportation. It's transportation for trips. So like last year we did trips to Blue Hat Construction. We did trips to some of the welding, some of the fab shops in Kansas City, and to the Pipe Fitters Union and the Boilermakers Union. And so they've provided those trips. I know there's some rules, Sean, you might be able to help with this on what they can provide. You've done some books, for the EMT that I know the school districts have funded, the books for the EMT.
We're allowed to pay for resources outside of our district boundaries, but we cannot own property or pay for property that exists outside of our district.
How did Fort Scott do it with Harley and John Deere? Did they own the buildings or?
So I don't know that I can completely answer that question. I think Fort Scott leased the building for Harley, I think, but I know that that building is just sold. And so, and I believe that they own the John Deere building because it's in Bourbon County. And so what I hear from Fort Scott is they don't, and they're not wrong. This is not a wrong statement that they don't want to own hard property outside of the county. They don't want Bourbon County taxpayers that are paying taxes to Fort Scott Community College to go to owning a building in Linn County. Or so I know CTEC, which is in Frontenac, and it has 7 different schools that attend CTEC in Frontenac, is a lease agreement with Fort Scott Community College. So whoever owns the building will need to have a lease agreement. Right now it's 344, and I know they're negotiating a lease agreement with FSCC. If STARS own the building, then we negotiate the lease agreement. If Linn County owns the building, they negotiate the lease agreement. I feel like we made a lot of progress. We're entering year 3. We're not in year 3. We're not there yet. What keeps me awake at night is sustainability. This is going to sound like I'm giving myself calluses, patting myself on the back, but if I cash in my chips on the way home from work today in a car wreck, I don't know. I got too much upstairs that it would be hard to replace. In a year, maybe 2, we have everything on paper. We're able to sustain this at very little cost. So my ask of the county is just for the campus, just for maintaining, continuing, sustaining the campus. That's it. And I think we've done more on that little 2.8 acre campus that we have than I'd defy you to find anybody in the county that's done more with less. And so we're doing some really good things. Sean, would you disagree or agree?
Absolutely. We as a UFD are able to provide some of the introductory levels for these types of courses, but we can't offer the extensive training that STARS can. And the opportunities for those kids to go out into a real work-based opportunity to see what it's like, we would not be able to do that with any consistency. And so this is giving kids a real connection to it.
So I'm going to give myself calluses, patting myself on the back again. And it's not me that did this. I just surrounded myself with talent. And that's how you look good, is surround yourself with talent. We had a kid from Olathe that transferred his junior year, enrolled at Pleasanton High School to come to STARS because he said there's nothing like this in Olathe. There's nothing that has this many opportunities in Olathe. He had the opportunity to take welding as a senior in Olathe, but not as a junior. But he said, I've looked at the program. It's not even close to what you guys are doing. When you have a retired pipe fitter doing your teaching, you're getting pretty high level. This is not part of an ag program. This is not something that we're welding up fence panels and calling it good. I mean, they're doing some pretty high level stuff. And I think the going out to the competition kind of proves that. I mean, we've done it 2 years, and all of our kids have taken top 5 2 years in a row. And we're competing against Garden City and Salina and schools out of Texas. I mean, we're competing against pipe fitter school or pipe lining schools. And so the quality's there. It's just, do we want to continue it? Because right now it's not sustainable. And so as of right now, the second disbursement check pays off what STARS owns 344. We can't make the payment without that second check. And so going forward, There's lots of different avenues. I don't feel,
Payments that pays what now?
it pays off what we owe 344. The remodel
So it's buildings paid for then?
pays off 344 for the remodel and for the utilities. And so we can't,
What are you basing the price of the building on? I mean, if 344 is to ask for whatever, what's the building going to cost? I mean,
take over the payments,
what?
take over the payments,
What's left owed on?
Mhm.
What's owed on?
225,000.
225
Mhm.
after the last payment.
Yeah, we're on the hook for the remodel. And I negotiated in good faith, and we approved a mill last year, and I negotiated with them in good faith, but we've got 2/3 of a mill. We haven't got the second third of the mill. And so the remodel was important from taking that from an old car dealership to classrooms. Had to happen. It had to happen that way.
So what is, if you had to put a number to what the USDs contribute to you, what would it be?
Jayhawk's been our second biggest, just because Pleasanton's done the most. I don't know, Sean, can you help me? 3,000 a year? Now that is an option, is to ask in each USD to contribute an amount per student, but I think you would lose some students by asking that. Would that be close to what you guys put in last year?
It's close to 5.
Closer to 5? Yeah. I mean, it's hard. I haven't looked at those numbers because that's.
How would you lose it? I mean, can you explain that? How would you lose students if you asked?
So if we ask the school districts to pay a fee for students, the school districts may say, yeah, we're not going to let them enroll in that class because we can't pay a fee. So right now, as it exists, Linn County students get the first choice for all of our classes. And so we give them 2 weeks that they can pre-enroll in all those classes. We'll get our pre-enrollment numbers. And then if we haven't capped the class, then we'll open it up to the out-of-district students. So
That's a question I have as far as with the out-of-county students not having to pay that the taxpayers in Linn County are picking up.
So the taxpayers in Linn County are paying for the campus. That's all I'm asking for, just the fixed cost of the campus. So would it be fair for you as commissioner to say, okay, your utilities are going to be higher because we've opened it up to 3 out-of-county students? That'd be fair. That'd be fair because our utilities are going to be higher, but the cost of the campus is going to be the same. The utilities are going to be higher. That's fair. Listen, I'd like to invite you over. I want your ideas. I think the board would value your ideas. It's just sustainability. What keeps me up at night, what makes my handwriting a little shaky, this makes me nervous. Sustainability makes me nervous. And
I feel like that the USDs should contribute something. I mean, I know their budgets are hard. So is ours.
yeah, so it's tricky. I mean, there's some statutes that limit what the USDs can support.
That's just a concern of mine, Doc, is that the USDs are getting paid to have high school kids, and they're getting government funded money to be in their building.
Right.
And then we're going over here and we're hitting the taxpayers again to do another issue, and that's where I'm at. I think it's a great idea. I'm not against the idea at all, because I think it's great that you're teaching kids, trades that they need, that they can go out and survive for. But it's like we're double taxing people.
I get that. I do get that.
And then we bring the kids in from out of county, and like I said, I understand it's not, the building still has to be there for our kids, but should those kids from the out of county be paying a little bit more than the ones in county? Because our taxpayers are actually putting the building.
I'm not opposed to that as an idea. Now, last year when I asked, we did not have any out-of-county students. This year,
You guys have grown this, I see.
yeah, this is new. Do I think Linn County benefits from having out-of-county students? Yes, I do. I think there's a benefit, but it's a benefit that you can't put your finger on. you can't itemize what that benefit is. I do think there's a benefit when you get kids working. So there's a critical mass of students that you can actually get quite a bit of work done. And with 2 or 3, you can't get quite a bit of work done. You get 10 or 12. So what the out-of-county students do is it lets us get 2 caps on each of our class. We can get full enrollment on each of our classes. It's not an unfair question that there should be an ask for these to help with utilities, but we need to know exactly what we are going to ask them to ask for. What is that ask going to be? And I don't.
Something you ask the board, come up with,
So.
What do you think?
I definitely think that the USDs should be contributing.
What my presentation to the board was that we were going to ask the out of districts to have a per student fee. And we really thought that we may have to ask the in-county students for a per student fee. And they said, we're going to set the per student fee 25 per student higher for out of district than we set it in district. And so
the salaries and supplies, put a number on that.
According to your paperwork that you had, salaries were about $170,000 first year. It's going to be 170 to 190 salaries. Supplies, it's pretty big.
Do you feel that there's any issues with Fort Scott College with what's going on down there in Fort Scott to help make sure this stays?
I think it has the potential to work. I think it has the potential not to work. And it all depends on the contracts. So of these 3, let's keep them 3 balls in the air. What is up here that we haven't discussed is the community support. And this is what sustained us at this point. Now, that's just campus, That's it. That's all I'm asking for is the campus. Fort Scott Community College, I think probably could pull a little more than what. There's reasons that they haven't been able to. We've tried to work through those reasons. We haven't come across any insurmountable hills yet, but we've sweated a lot getting over that they're not insurmountable. The USDs, I think the transportation cost for Prairie View and the transportation from Jayhawk are going to be not even close to being the same. Prairie View is going to be a lot more expensive. So
You say Prairie View's gonna be more expensive?
Yeah, it's just farther,
Well,
logistically further.
They get.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but you can't base it based on that.
I will base it on that. Pleasanton is the littlest.
I can't tell you how to base it.
Pleasanton is the smallest school district.
Yeah,
And they're paying the most money to this program.
that's correct.
That's correct at all.
That's why I'm here. And so I think the economy of scale that we have from combining school districts is what makes this function. And so if you look at our first year, our entire senior class of welders was all Pleasanton kids. Our second year, our entire senior class was all Jayhawk kids. Any school by themselves couldn't sustain a program where you have no kids enrolled in welding. But when we spread this out, we've got Pleasanton and Prairie View and Jayhawk, and we're letting Uniontown and Lewisburg and Drexel fill in the empty slots. Now it becomes sustainable. And so there's no way you can pay a welding instructor to not have any senior kids. You can't do that. So the economy of scale works by including everybody. And this is my opinion. This is not a fact. My opinion is it shouldn't matter whether that kid wears blue or green or red to school. When that kid comes to Stars, he's a star. He's not a Buffalo. He's not a Blue Jay. He's not a Jayhawk. In fact, we have that conversation with them.
We dealt with the same thing, exact thing with the USDs with the SRO. It was hell, wasn't it, Jim? It was,
Yeah, you guys got a little snake bit with that SRO thing. Old saying, a man that's been bit by a snake will be afraid of every rope he ever sees. And there's a lot of truth to that. And you guys, in my opinion, you got a little snake bit you got handicapped by other people's agreements. And so, put simply, I think if we can figure out a sustainability plan for the campus, we really don't have big things that we need to do. We need to do a little parking lot improvement. We probably need some more restrooms. I've written a grant for Patterson Family Foundation for an additional classroom and 6 more bathrooms. We get that, my ask for the county is going to be 0. We don't get the grant, we'll just make the best. So
Well, I mean, I think it's important that the county contributes to it 100%, but I also think it's important that the USDs and Fort Scott Community College is contributing the same amount and that everybody's aware of what they're actually contributing as a number wise.
Can I jump in for just a second, guys? Obviously, there's more than one question here, but one of them is the last third of the money that was budgeted this year. Are you to a point you're ready to release that check with what he's provided?
I think we have time on everything else. Everything else, we've got time to figure out what that looks like. Our board meeting is going to be on the 22nd of this month. Linn County's representative is Jessica. That's who you guys appointed to be your representative. I'd be happy to have any of you over there. I'd be happy to have you all. It's open to whoever wants to come. But nailing down sustainability, we are close. We are close to having sustainability nailed down.
So what are you going to ask from the USDs? Have you talked to them?
It's not what I'm going to ask. It's what the board's going to ask.
What's
So I think it's a reasonable ask for the USDs to help pay part of the fixed cost. But in my opinion, it doesn't matter if that kid wears blue or green or red, the fixed costs are the same. That's a reasonable ask. That's my opinion. Now, out of county, I think that cost should be a little higher. If the taxpayers are going to support this going forward, if they're going to either buy the campus and own it or allow Stars to buy the campus and own it, then I think our ask for the out of county can be a little higher. If the taxpayers of Linn County aren't behind it, my opinion is kid's a kid. Whoever wants to enroll, the ask is the same for all of them. So I do value the taxpayers of Linn County getting behind this.
So basically, the way it's set up right now, Doc, is that we're paying for building 4 USD 344. I mean, that's basically.
You're paying for the remodel of the building.
So if it continues next year and we make the payment, then we're actually paying for the building 344.
What you're doing is you're allowing Stars to buy the building from 344.
So you guys will end up with the churches and Stars.
Mm-hmm. Stars 501c3. We're tax free. We don't turn a profit on anything. So if you look at this sheet, one of the questions that I thought you might have, the project services income. It's the third line down on receipts. So we generate some money. Somebody will bring in a brush hog that is torn apart, needs welded back up together. What's the cost of doing that? You get us materials and you can just donate what it's worth to you. And so some people will pay you $500 to fix it because they'll say it cost me $800 to take it somewhere else. Some people will say, yeah, I'm giving you $10. So we do generate some income, but all that income goes back into Stars. It doesn't go to salaries. It doesn't go to benefits. It doesn't go to profits. It goes to sustaining the building, buying the new things that we have with the buildings.
Workforce development, administrative services, that's basically for your workforce, so that Fort Scott is not paying that, is what you're telling me?
Currently, they are not. That's a conversation that we're having, and it may happen next year that they're paying for workforce development. So the workforce development has been paid out of cash donations. And so what the industry gives us quite a bit of is in-kind donations. They give us some welders. They give us heavy equipment to use. They give us a lot of in-kind donations. We've had a bunch of welding rod donated. What we can't get, what is harder to get from the community and what is not sustainable is revenue, cash revenue. And so we felt like developing the workforce, getting out there to these industries, getting the industries back to our open house, helped us get that. And it just doesn't get that straight of a job. The workforce tells us what they're looking for in education for that student to be work ready. And that's where the value of that workforce development was. So one of the things that surprised me about heavy equipment, and I can scratch around on a backhoe or a skid steer is the extent of my knowledge on heavy equipment, they value reading the level signs, they value reading the cut and fill signs way more than they value actually running the piece of equipment. It surprised me to know that. So the industry is telling us what we need to teach the kids, where we put our focus so those kids can be immediately employable. And our numbers were fantastic. From 91 students, we had 2 that didn't get full-time employment, and one of them chose not to do that. That was a choice. And so it's been good. The kids that come back that graduated last year, they get treated like rock stars. They come in, they help with our classes more than anything. Hey, you guys need to focus on this. This is important. They're making good wages, over $30 an hour. Quite a few of them, not all of them, but quite a few of them. Some of them are staying local. Some of them have had opportunities, but it's like I don't want to drive to Kansas City. I want to stay local. They went to work either in local industries or with the county. So my anticipation stepping to the microphone was to be brief, but it didn't work that way. But I think there's some valuable discussions. So back to David's question, paying the bills that we currently owe, if we release that second check, if I can get a motion to release that second check, I can get everything caught up, and the rest we have time. To how does the county want this partnership to look like? Does the county want more of a role? Does the county want less of a role? How do you want that to?
I would like just to see hard numbers on what USD and Fort Scott provides to you. I mean, you say we can make a motion, we have time, but when we ask this again, the USD say, well, our budget's already set, we can't do nothing. That's what we always run into.
My opinion, this is my opinion, the USDs, I don't know that we should be asking them for a lot. I think asking them to cover their fixed cost, which I estimate to be about $25,000 a year, split between 6 USDs based on the number of students they have. So if we have USD 1, USD 2, 3, USD 1 since we 19 students, USD 2 since we 8, USD 3 since 1. You don't split that equally. You split that based on the percentage of students. And then let's say 4, 5, and 6 are out of county. Then we have 15 and 12, 2. This dividing line, taxpayers of Linn County are behind this, so we're going to give them a discount. This is our price. We're going to set this price. But these 3 USDs are in Linn County, so they're going to get a discounted price because we're already asking the taxpayers to
It's
approve
like
it.
Fort Scott, they need to give their in-county students.
They do.
discount versus Linn County.
They do. They discount their fees. They do. But here's the kicker. Their discounted fees don't matter because the state of Kansas is paying full price for the classes that we're taking. So even though their tuition for high school kids is discounted about $70 per credit hour, the state of Kansas still pays full price for those kids. So we're looking at
But the county isn't paying, the taxpayers isn't paying.
yes, locally they're not. Locally they're not. They are on a state level, but locally they're not.
Same example for us too. Would be
Yeah.
if we're-
So I moved here from Bourbon County, and the taxpayers' commitment to the community college campus is high. It's high. I wrote that check several times. It's high. The commitment that we're going to ask from Linn County for the taxpayers to support the campus is not going to even be close to what it is in Bourbon County.
Years ago, counties paid a fee to community colleges based on students from that county that went there, because we used to levy for that. And the biggest part of ours went to Fort Scott because we had more people, but we had several others around the state that we paid on. But then the state took on the cost of that. So it's still taxpayer dollars, but it's not based on a per county anymore on it.
So what I think we've done well at STARS, we've learned, we've had the growth. I think anybody would be surprised, from the growth. We've done some good work with community service projects. What we haven't learned is being able to budget the time but we're better at that of how much time we're going to have a student that's available for community service projects, because it's so student dependent on them passing their test the first time they take it. And a high percentage of them will, but not a 100%, of them will. And then how to budget for our community service projects so we can say, yeah, we can do that and we can get that done in a month, or we can do that and you better give us 3 months. It's, we have figured out that we're slow, but our quality is pretty good.
Like with your schools, it could, like each school district could do the testing
Um,
a year earlier or something to determine if this kid is interested in this field.
So, okay, I'm glad you brought that up. So what is on my radar, what I've already asked Fort Scott Community College to do is going forward, not fall of this year, but fall of next year, is bring students over as sophomores. Let me teach them core and OSHA 10 as sophomores. Let me get my hands on that student as a sophomore. We're not going to teach them welding, and we're not going to teach them anything advanced. It's just going to be core, which all my shop kids are required to take. Criminal justice and EMT are not required to take that, but the shop kids are required to take. And let's get their hands on, let's get them introduced to that. That is in the works. And so core and OSHA 10 will be 5 hours that the kids could take, and that's on the ask. Now, I think if I asked Sean that, Sean would think, okay, I think that's pretty easy. If I ask Prairie View that, they're going to say, you're asking me to drive an hour for a kid to come to class at your facility for an hour. You're asking me to spend that much money in transportation. So Prairie View's transportation costs are a lot higher.
What do you mean by transportation costs? Because does the kid not drive their own car to the school?
Some of the school districts don't allow them. And so they provide a bus too. So right now, Prairie View buses all their juniors and all their seniors. Now, where we've made it.
Now, do you require your kids on?
If the kid starts the day there, we allow them to drive. But if they're starting their day with us on our campus or coming back to that campus, we make them, we provide transportation, put a bus together, and it's actually now almost 2 buses full because of what we've got numbers wise for next year.
Yeah, the numbers from your district is phenomenal. And so and it's good. And listen, I could bore you for hours on some of the success stories and our success.
I get it successful. I get it.
Well, our success stories is not that kid that has the potential of getting a college scholarship, or that kid that has good parents that learned a lot of these skills, that they're going to be fine without stars. Our success stories is that kid that's marginalized, that we turn them around early, and we take that kid that maybe is camped out over there, and we turn them into a tax-paying citizen.
I don't think that's what we're questioning, Doc. I think that
isn't my question. I see good things from it.
I think it's great.
But my question is all along that we're taxing the people again, and then turning around and letting kids, other people coming in from out of county.
So I put my proposal, the 2 questions, on the front page. And so the first question is funding for 2023, 2024 school year. We got the first portion in January. The second portion is pending. An answer on that would be fantastic. The number 2, the thoughts and a plan for sustainability. I think it requires partnership with the entities up here. And if Linn County says, okay, we want to partner, but we want to see the USDs shoulder a little more burden, I think that's fine. I think it's fine to partner with Fort Scott Community College and see what kind of burden they're willing to share. And those discussions are being had currently with, who should pay the water bills?
I'd like to see how much Fort Scott is actually putting dollars and stuff.
So I asked for that, go into this meeting, and their year closes out June the 30th. That's their fiscal year. And they said, we can't get it to you until the end of July. And so we answered the first question. We got time on the second question. I know you guys are going to be a little more tied to budget. Do I need a full mill to buy the building? No, I don't. A full mill one time? I don't think you hear from me again.
No, I don't think it. I'm not really set on that too much. I would like to see hard numbers on transport, or you're saying that they're providing transportation and trips. I think it's important that we see what those numbers are. I just don't think that the USDs are contributing enough. Pleasanton contributed an entire building and then held the burden on it for a year. That's not okay.
So our fixed costs are going to be a challenge. So fixed cost is going to be water, which we know went up, and we know it's going to go up again. It's going to be electric, it's going to be gas, it's going to be trash. The 2-yard dumpster is probably not going to be big enough. We're going to get a 4-yard dumpster. We're going to double, our price on trash. Insurance for the building is wild. It's wild. Right now, 344 is paying about $15,000 to insure their building, and they're 100%. And Jayhawk cannot help on that. They can't help on that building, part of it. But I think it's reasonable to say, okay, let's ask the USDs to see what's a fair amount of fixed cost. I'm estimating just for power, water, gas, and trash, it's going to be about $25,000 next year. And that's going to be a pretty close estimate.
What about the insurance?
Well, the insurance is variable. That insurance can change month to month.
Is it one of your fixed costs?
It is. It will be the fixed cost that it's going to be hard to predict. And when the check comes due, you got to pay it. And if they say, yeah, we went from 15,000 to 40,000, you got to pay it. You can't have kids on the campus if you don't pay that. And so that one's not something that I think I need an answer from you guys. Having some cash on hand allows us to survive. It allows us to survive. I don't want to, I had to make payroll for December. We didn't have enough cash on hand. I hadn't got the first county. I had to write that out as a personal check. That's not sustainable. Now, it paid me back. I got paid back.
USDs are just providing transportation for their students from their school. I don't think that's okay at all.
I don't
I don't understand why we don't. I don't know nothing about school boards. I don't know nothing about their budgets, but I don't understand why we're so hesitant to ask them for it.
It needs to be a board thing to ask them. And if the board asks them, if we know the county is going to get behind the purchase of the building, but they don't want to pay for the fixed cost, that's enough. That's enough information for me.
We're all here for education of the local students or students, period. I just feel like that the USDs should be contributing more.
So we had 9 students out of this 91. We had 9 that have already graduated from high school. What do we do with those 9?
Are they paying a tuition to Fort?
They are. They're not. Senate Bill 155 does not cover any of their costs. But if we're going to ask each student to pay, there needs to be.
But we're actually generating revenue for Fort Scott, right? And there's Fort Scott handy up to help us.
I don't disagree with that. So this is important. What I'm asking for is what Linn County thinks is fair. I'm not telling you what I think is fair. I'm not asking you for anything other than ideas and the second portion so I can pay my bills. That's my only ask today is what we already approved last year is getting that second portion. And then somebody to sit down at the table and say, okay, this is how we see it, sustainability. And so,
what I feel about the second portion, I want you to come in and talk to us. And I'm not, it's already been voted on that you guys got that, and I'm not against that.
okay.
But I'll tell you what, I think you coming in here and talking to us and working through these issues, I think we got a lot of issues.
Sure.
That need answers.
And I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it scheduled. I'm happy to do it quarterly.
I don't know how you feel about it, but that's.
I agree. I think that
I will propose that I think you'll get more from our board discussions from one of you guys actually attending the board discussion, either as a voting or non-voting member, because that's where you'll see where the work's getting done. Because we really listen to the 3 industries on the board on what's important, going forward. And the industries, this is what they care about. That students work ready. They don't have to train. They don't have to do OSHA 10. They can hire them to go weld, and they're welding first day. They can hire them to run heavy equipment, and they're working on heavy equipment the first day. They pass their CNA, they're working the first day. And that's what the industries value. And so percentage-wise, between these, let's come up with something. Come up with something and see if we can make it work. I don't have a problem with that. My expectation is not for Linn County to pay for any more than just the campus. The cost of the campus and maintaining the campus. That's all I'm asking the taxpayers to get behind.
I mean, I don't really care where the funds go, within the organization. I think it just needs to be fair throughout, though. I think Fort Scott and the USDs should be providing more.
So the cost of the campus is the same as if we called this Linn County Community College, I would ask the taxpayers to support Linn County Community College. And so we're going to say it's Fort Scott Community College, but I'm asking for the cost of the campus. So Jim, you said you weren't opposed to the idea. Is that a motion, or do you guys want to make a motion, or on the second?
Motion to not release that check, though. We need a motion to release it.
What was it, the other third, or what was it?
It's
12, I think.
112,000.
Yeah.
It was in the bills 2 or 3 weeks ago, and there was a motion at that time to not release that.
So what will happen if that motion's made and seconded is our July 22nd board meeting, we'll be able to make some real decisions on that. If the county is behind supporting the campus, then we can focus on what the USD is.
Well, I mean, I think we've already determined that. I mean, we've already levied a tax, and we had a good discussion up here multiple times about it. I just think now it's time we push on the USDs.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
And if you can get more from the USDs and then back off the mill, I mean, if you don't take the whole mill, I don't think we need to just do that.
I promise you, I will be fiscally responsible. I mean, if I get a mill and don't need it, I will be fiscally responsible. I promise that if we don't need it, I won't ask for all of it. If you want Stars to own the building, we'll use that to buy the building. We'll keep a little money setting aside. When I say a little money, $30,000 or $40,000, setting aside. We'll ask the USDs to come up with an idea for covering fixed costs. We'll budget, and the board will approve that. Jessica has done an excellent job at representing the board at our board of directors meeting. I think there may be some value to you guys if you can bust away. It's July 22nd at 6:00. See kind of how they go, how the board meetings go. But I think Jessica's done wonderful at representing. I don't know if she's good at getting notes back to you guys, but if that's a problem, you can get them straight from me. We do our board meetings quarterly.
I'll make a motion that we relate the 112,000 to the STARS program.
I'll second.
Motion been moved, second. Any more discussion? All in favor? Say aye.
Thanks for your attention.
The check's in my office.
Okay, thank you.
As far as the budget part of this,
So for you guys, this is going to be important. None of the school districts can support the campus except 344 because it's in their district. They are the only one that can support the campus. So my only ask from the county is to take that off the back of 344, the supporting the campus, the physical campus. Now, Sean, if I asked you to say, can you give me $100 to help me pay the light bills and the power bills, is that legal?
It is legal, and we have had those conversations, and USD 346 has stepped up every time.
Every time.
And we intend to continue to step up and pay for our share of what this is giving our kids. The only thing that we cannot do by statute, by Kansas law, is I cannot pay money to pay off any real estate option outside of my 302 square miles in USD 346.
And that's
I can't pay a dime to pay off that bill.
But you can help pay for the insurance,
Absolutely, and then we've offered.
And they have. And Jayhawk stepped up. Now, we've had school districts that said they would, and they have not. And then how do we move forward with that at STARS? But whether it's an oversight or whatever it is, but what I'm asking for is just the campus, because that unloads that from Pleasanton, and then all the school districts can work together. All of them can work together on this fixed cost.
So you're saying that what's left open on the note?
So my last knowledge is $225,000.
225. And then you're saying the operating costs, but if
what was the building purchased for? What USD purchased for?
270, I believe. I don't know. I can't with confidence answer that question, but I know they've paid part of it. And my opinion is that with some of the leftover funds, we should make that payment this year, but I can't pay the remodel, let alone make a payment. But if we have enough leftover funds that we should make that payment for 344. We shouldn't ask them to bear that burden.
No, I agree 100% on that.
What is the payment?
25,000 a year.
25?
Yeah, which is going to leave me with very little left in the bank. And what I have has got to last me till January. And that's if you guys decide, yeah, we want to, move forward with campus. And so the hard numbers is going to be 225 plus about 26,000, somewhere in that ballpark for the janitor, the administrative assistant, the reception, kind of the combined, job that we have to take care of the facilities. This many kids using 3 bathrooms, that's a lot of cleaning. That's a lot of soap and toilet paper. This many kids with 3 bathrooms. And I'm hoping that I'm going to get that Patterson Family Foundation, but that's not a guarantee. I won't know until October, where I get that. That was a $500,000 ask for a building with 3 classrooms and 6 bathrooms. And it'll be an ICF building that will function as a storm shelter, although we won't technically call it that. I'm out there beating the bushes, getting donations, getting what we can. And we've got a lot of community support behind us. And so, but if we focus on the campus, what do we want to do with the campus? And I am not opposed to Linn County owning that campus. That's everybody in Linn County. We had 9 students last year that are just residents of the county that took classes, the adult students. I'm not opposed to that idea.
Yeah, I think that's probably a discussion when Jason gets back. We talk with him about and to move forward on it. But I don't. Where are you at on that? I would be more rather than support you guys in doing it. I don't think that that's something that I would be.
I think you would have a hard time devoting the time that it takes to know how to. I mean, I've done it for 2 years. I kind of know the ins and outs, but that's an opinion. That's not me trying to insult anybody. That's just my opinion. It's time consuming, it's, but just so we're clear, that's the ask, because we can ask the school districts to cover the rest of this. We can ask Full Shack Community College to cover the rest of this. The only one that can own the campus is 344, and they've done it. They've pulled their share of the weight plus. Or the STARS program.
Which I'm okay. I don't.
And that's the reason that STARS existed in the first place, was to own the campus, to facilitate the campus, to continue providing educational opportunities and community service projects. And I mean, we're very close to building the house, which is going to be, we're building your workforce already for you. And we're going to start with affordable housing. We're going to start this year with affordable housing. And I'm optimistic that that's going to happen. Good things are going to happen. So thanks for your consideration.
All right. Thank you. Can we take a 5-minute recess? I'll make a motion that we take a 5-minute recess.
So
Motion, been moving second, all in favor?
you get everything I needed, David.
I think so.
Okay.
I think your 5 minutes is up.
We're back in session. Looks like we're running a little behind, but Sean, you want to?
Commissioners, we got Chad here from Call Valley to answer some of those questions about the permitting and the process on 900 and where we're at with that before he looks at our airport issue for us and gives us an estimate on that.
Come on up. A question we had on 900 Road was the culverts that are there. Why can't we just go back with what we have, the size we have, and call it good?
You can go back with something just slightly larger and be within the permitting requirements. And the only reason that you'd have to go a little bit larger is the Corps of Engineers now requires anything with a floor in it, a pipe or a box culvert, to be buried 12 inches. And then they don't allow you to count that waterway opening area that gets buried. So you can put back the same waterway opening area that is there. The problem is if you take two 10-foot tubes and then you bury them a foot, then you lose that bottom foot. So, I mean, you could do two 11-footers and be fine.
So does that constitute a bridge, I guess, 22 feet?
Unless you put half of the diameter of space in between them. If you put them right close to each other, then it would be a bridge. But
So
if you put 5.5 feet between them, then it would be looked at by KDOT as a series of culvert pipes rather than a
Would
bridge.
we be allowed to do that then, not do anything different than, I mean, just go back and tear
Just-
it two out, but
Just do it, yeah, we'd have to do a general permit application, which has a $100 permit fee associated with it. But as long as you're putting back the same waterway opening area or larger, then it's pretty much a slam dunk. When you raise the road by more than 12 inches or you put back less waterway opening area than was there, then they require you to do surveying and hydraulic modeling to prove that you're not going to raise the 100-year storm at all, and to prove that you're going to be able to pass the 2-year storm through whatever, you put in there for a culvert. So,
that'd be the most economical for us to do that.
yeah, because you can do that yourself. Yeah.
How long does it
It
take
just-
to do the permitting for that?
It usually takes about 30 days. DWR sends out notifications to 7 other agencies and gives them 7 days to comment on it. The Historic Society, EPA, Fish and Wildlife, Wildlife and Parks. There's a list of 7 other agencies that they'll notify that a permit application was submitted.
So anytime that there's a culvert taken out that goes underneath the roadway, do you have to pull a permit for it?
You guys are in Zone 1, which is basically the eastern third of Kansas. And in Zone 1, if the drainage area upstream of the site is more than 1 square mile, then you have to get a permit. If it's under 1 square mile, then do whatever you want. You don't fall underneath their regulations. So,
You feel that take care of the problem issue?
I mean, if you put back about the same thing that is there, then, and the same thing happens again, then, you're probably going to have a similar result. That's the reason we were looking at the box culverts, is they were heavy enough to stay put if you ever get that same storm again. And it was something that, if we could get precast, then the county guys could do it themselves rather than having to, it's obviously going to be more expensive.
But it's half full of wood, I mean, logs and everything else, and then where that came together, it forced it out.
Yeah.
Pressure.
Right, yeah, it couldn't get through, so it made itself a new path to get through.
If that logs wouldn't have jammed in there.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you spread them out, if you do 2 11-footers and you spread them out, then you might want to do flowable fill or something like that in between them, so it gets to start on that dirt, and then it's gonna eat that away, and you'll eventually have the same problem that you had this time. But
I'm good with that myself, aren't you?
I don't,
Yeah, I'm good with that. Can we, as far as the permitting process, how can we get moving forward on it?
it'll be pretty easy on something like this. And, we can, we can get it put together probably this week and, sent into DWR so that they can start their 30 days is usually what it takes. So they can get the notice out to the other agencies and stuff. So
I would like to go that way. I
I'm
mean,
good with that.
I don't, 11-foot tube may not be easy to find. That's an oddball size, but, you may have to go to a 12 or something like that and end up, yeah, you may end up burying it a little bit more, which hopefully there's not a ton of rock down there, but, or, raise the road up 6 or 8 inches to get a little bit more cover over it. But you can certainly do that.
that's what I'd like to move
I'm
forward with.
good with that.
But yeah, this drainage area is 1.6 square miles. So, if it was close, if it was like 1.05 or something like that, then, we could probably beg forgiveness, but it's far enough over the permitting requirement limits that, you're best to just go ahead and get a permit. If you're going to put back more waterway opening area than is there anyway, then it's going to be pretty much a slam dunk anyhow. So.
All right, I'd like to move forward. I'll make a motion that we move forward with the engineering, and the process that we just stated, for the 900 Culvert Road.
Second.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, I'd just like to clarify when we move forward on that Chad's going to work on the permitting, but I don't need construction grade diagrams or anything. But when we talk about flowable fill and how to set that, we're going to need some diagramming or at least a plan for our guys to put it back in so it's in line with the permit. So there'll be a little extra cost along with the permitting to give us some direction and diagramming on how it should be laid in.
I've got some used in other counties that revise it.
All right, good deal.
Thanks.
Thank you.
There is rural water and telephone side for doing it. Make sure and get a located request.
Most, one on each side of the road.
Like one of them probably the old telephone. Now that everybody has cell phones, if there's nobody that has a landline on that line, a lot of times the telephone companies say, just go ahead and dig through it. We're not going to repair it even if you break it anyway. The other one's fiber. One on the south side of the road is fiber.
Mine. I live there. So.
Okay.
Well, and at the airport, you're going to go
Yes.
look at it?
About the runway pavement.
Is there a typical time frame that you're supposed to overlay those things, each year or every so often?
It depends on how much traffic, and then, your guys, there probably doesn't get a ton of traffic now, but, usually, like a 2-inch overlay will last about 8 years. But it sounds like you guys did some crack sealing on it a few years ago. Just looking through the aerials, it doesn't look horrible to me, unless there's some base issue or something. Can't see without being out there.
Thank you.
You guys want to go ahead and kick out that one last budget, the commission budget, before we get into all this stuff? So let me look and I'll hand it down to you. So what I've got on the commission budget for next year would be a $3,795 increase to a total of $94,145. Almost all of that is in salary with a 3% cost of living included. Other than that, I rearranged some line items, and I also, since Danny's not running again, and Jim, you're up for re-election, it's possible we could have 2 new commissioners. We know we're going to have at least one. So I added 500 in there for a new commissioner school to cover some costs of, if they need to stay overnight or something and want to go to that. So that was my, yeah.
You want it, baby?
Oh, I got it right here.
Okay.
I don't think you guys need any snacks or anything, do you? I'm good with it.
Make a motion to tentatively approve the commission budget for $94,145.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
So that's all of them that I have for you today. I've still got several more to work on.
Commissioners, you've asked the foreman to be present while I give the presentation for the road and bridge and the explanation for the proposed budget for it. Payroll's gone up quite a bit this year for multiple reasons. First is that we've adjusted it in the past with large raises and countywide raises that affected it, but we're not fully staffed at the time or that those occurred. I've also added the 3% COLA and possibility for merit raises to the request, which brought the line item up $72,105, payroll request of $1,275,000. Contractual will not change for 2025 at $304,500. This line item pays for engineering, rentals, insurance, utilities, bridge inspections, and striping. Commodities, the request for commodities went up 62.5, making the total request $2,700,000 for this year. This increase in the request is mainly due to storm damage, rock loss, culvert replacement, but I do not expect that this will cover all the losses. A portion of the funding will have to come from special road or the special road fund until we receive or start receiving state or federal disaster reimbursement funds. This line item, as well as others, is also impacted by the opening of the Pleasanton shop for gravel road and culvert maintenance, mainly in the breakdown of the budgeted funds and where they're distributed, but also with the unknown outcome of the chip and seal program. We will have to continue to adjust the disbursements of these funds into different line items in the next few years until we are able to level them out to whatever the overall plan that is adopted. Capital outlay, I've reduced the capital outlay request by $80,000 this year to aid in offsetting the total request, with the knowledge that a large portion of this money is transferred to the special equipment fund, which has not been spent to its projections over the last 2 years. I believe after we have a better understanding of what disaster costs and reimbursements look like, we will be able to project future needs for this fund. I've also attached the capital equipment spreadsheet as it could be part of the discussion, although I do not plan to address the items on that list at this time because they are not directly related to the fund. Multiple culvert purchases this year will be necessary to replace all of the damaged systems around the county. This will also reduce the total transferred into the special funds at the end of the year. We will have several major projects in the next 12 months. One is the Hells Bend Bridge, which has been contracted out and being managed by KDOT, although staff will be brought in for the planning meetings and kept informed of the needs from or impact from the county. Another is the Centerville project at 1350 Road, which will be funded by special road funds and is being pushed back on the timeline due to weather and countywide road maintenance issues. The 900 Road project, which is being engineered and planned by Call Valley, with no temporary opening planned at this time. The cost of the final project may be split between disaster reimbursement and special road fund, but it is unknown at this time where we sit with those reimbursement funds. There will also be a need to evaluate the future needs of the North Shop building at Lacine and the South Shop building at Blue Mountain. These buildings have structural, cosmetic, and security issues which may exceed the normal building maintenance budget. The total request for the road and bridge for 2025 is $4,679,500, up from last year, which was $4,624,895. The difference is $54,605. And I believe you'll notice that last year we were down a little over $51,000. So this basically is bringing you up to where we were before last year's budget came down. So we're not, over the last 3 years, we're fluctuating about total $5,000 over what our ask was 3 years ago.
What do we have? What do we have budgeted for rock? Countywide.
Countywide, I'd have to add up all the totals in the commodities. But as I said, even that total won't account for storm damages and repairs, because the overflow from that will have to be pulled from capital outlay or special roads and reimbursed as we get those state and federal reimbursements for the storm damages.
Do we have any big purchases that's going to be happening?
Big expenditures are going to be on road projects. As I said earlier today, we do have a request at this point to look at, and I believe I can explain it, or you can ask the foremans about it as well, but we have roughly a $10,000 purchase we'd like to make, and this is fabricating temporary sign placements for storm damage. Currently, during these rain events, we're having to send someone around the floodwaters to get back to try to load a trailer or barricades or signs, then go back around the flood event to post these barricades. The ask that we're looking for is a manufactured post that the top end of the post allows you to hammer it down, similar to a picket post with a pounder. It's a two-piece device, but the device also has brackets that would hold signage. So we could put up any signage temporarily in those areas from the back of the truck without having to drive a number of miles around a water event or a hazard to get back to a shop and then drive back around it after picking up the supplies and going to do it. These things could be carried in the truck and we could be doing it from a call out from a foreman's vehicle or myself when we get called out about an event that, say, the 1077 bump, that there was the culvert placement where it sagged in the center and needed signage. Instead of driving out, taking a look at it, driving back to the shop, finding the right materials and signage, we would have that on the vehicle and be able to go out and handle the incident right there and turn around and keep the cost down in travel and mileage and also hourly wage on the operators getting called out or the foremans. So far, we've looked at about 6160 in signs that we'd need to put in the vehicles, and then we've locally sourced a bid for making of the post, which is $3,750, bringing the total to $9,918. You can ask the foremans about this, but again, I believe you're going to cut fuel, you're going to cut cost, you're also going to cut the time that people are subject to that hazard for us to drive all the way around it, get to a shop and come back and place that signage. So, and the temporary barricading and signage that we had, the problem with it, in a lot of cases, if you put it too close to the water, it washes out. If you put it away from it, the wind we've got from the storms and the people that we have in the area will either move it or the wind will adjust it and it'll become ineffective or out of compliance as far as the safety aspect. I believe the signage is going to resolve several problems. The other large costs or issues that we're going to be facing in the future are the possibility at the north shop, the building structure. And I think Jesse may be able to address this a little better than I, but it's post and beam type structure. In the past, that structure has been pulled together with steel cables because of storm damage and a heavy snow load after it was repaired. We're going to have to get back in there. I don't know what the answer is, but we're going to have to get back in there and get bids and look at that in the future. And the Blue Mound shop, the outside covering to the building, some of the doorways, those other things are going to have to be looked at in the future. But I don't think those are things that we can add to a cost or project at this time.
What is the post, something you'll drive each time, or is it $3,750 for the post?
Basically a square tube with a pointed, and the top of it is like a post driver, but it's got two sections or brackets on the top and bottom where the sign can be pinned in and the weight of the device holds it together.
We pull it out each time.
Yes. And you can carry yes, and you can carry multiple in the back of a pickup with a few cones and get to these locations a lot faster and with a lot less travel. And I think you guys may have noticed during this last event, we tried to mark some spots in the roadway with those smaller barricades, the fold out like sawhorse barricades, and the wind just took them. So they were pretty useless because once you placed it, unless you had sandbags and everything else with you at the time, unless you carried a lot of stuff, even the larger barricades, they get moved around quite a bit.
And you said you don't have what our total rock budget would be, what it was last year, what it would be this year?
I would have to get that number for you and what the projection for 2025 would be with all the storm damage. I mean, they rated our storm damage when they stopped in the rating at over several $1 million. So how much of that is rock and how much of that is fuel and man hours to break that out at this point is impossible without all the numbers. That's why I say special road budget partially and that capital outlay that we normally roll over into equipment, that we haven't met those projections in the equipment purchasing. That is where, unless you wanted to add to the budget, that is where I would pull that extra rock money until it's reimbursed and can be put back into those funds. I don't see another way of keeping that cost down, still meeting our goals and not raising taxes for the taxpayer or the budget line item for this. And it will take, as far as the opening of the Pleasanton shop, it will take at least another full year before I'm able to go through and look at the rock usage in that area and adjust those line items correctly so that we have projections on what that area will look like, because it doesn't match the area that was there before, what that area will look like so that we can pull those line items and get them, not just the overall budget, but the line items closer than what we have them today.
I get that. It's all estimate, but I can't put together a budget if I don't know all the details on everything. I mean, even estimated numbers. Pleasanton was still taken care of when that shop wasn't occupied, correct?
Correct.
So do we have a number on what was issued over there? I mean, I don't know.
Well, you're talking about not the overall budget, but we're talking about what line items that budgeted fund goes into. And I've broke those down as best I could and estimated those, but until we get hard numbers, I'm not able to break it down any more than what I have. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, David, those numbers are still going to come out of contractual, whether it's assigned to one shop or another, and it's the bottom line that's going to make the difference. In the next few years, I'll be able to tweak and adjust those individual lines when I get closer numbers and I'm able to pull that apart. But in the end, the bottom line, we're still at where we need to be.
Jim? All I'm trying to do on these budgets, I'm not trying to make people's life hard. I'm trying to give transparency between y'all and us so that there's not the disconnection. There's not the tension between everybody. And I'm just not getting what I want in the budgets. I don't know how to explain it anymore. We take all these funds and we put in a general fund and no one knows where their tax dollars goes. That's not okay with me. I don't know how I'm supposed to be, make proper decisions based on stuff that I have really no clue what's even happening.
Well, the request for road and bridge has moved up. Again, 54,605, and that's salaries and commodities, and the disbursement of those commodities I've dispersed as best I could with the numbers I have.
I'm not blaming you, Sean. I'm just
But I'm,
in general, it's just, every year it keeps going up. I mean, we don't have a plan to try to, alleviate the extra cost. And
like I said, the cost this year is less than 5,000 over what it was 2 years ago. Because I was able to bring it back 51,000 last year. So that 51,000 plus another 5 or less, we're not really, from 2 years ago, we're not moving our numbers very much for the damage. What we're doing is compensating with special road funds and compensating with our capital outlay that is normally moved over into capital outlay or special equipment at the end of the year. We're compensating with that for the storm damage until we get those reimbursements. And then it's going to become very important where we take those reimbursement monies and or funds and put those in order to replace that money so that we don't have to pull from a budget in one single year and affect the taxpayer in one single 12-month period to cover that loss.
Much of we spent on culverts this year. Done that.
Culverts individually, I'd have to get Joyce to print you out a list. You want it in the last 12 months or from 24 forward?
24. That's what it's 24. Because we get ready. We'll order some more of this.
Like as far as what's been installed and also that we've purchased for the year.
Yeah.
Can you ask Joyce to print that, pull that out of Public Works for me, please?
Sean, I know you have a lot of budget. You have a lot on your plate. I understand that, and don't take this as me attacking you. It's just not. Like I said, when I talk about a budget, I want to come in here and I want to make the foremans look good. I want to say, hey, this is what we've done all year. This is, we usually put this many culverts in, but now we did this many. This is what it's done for the county. This is how much money we've saved. If we wouldn't have done it, it would have cost us this much. That's what I'm trying to do here. It's not, I'm trying to make everybody's life hard. I'm trying to give transparency between us, you guys, and the public that is always calling us and saying that we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. I'm trying to knock a bunch of birds out with one stone here, and I guess it's not working the way I want it to.
Well, and I think that's what we're doing weekly when we give you those reports and those costs. And I know we don't read through each one of those or compare it to the years before, but we push out those reports so that there is transparency in the fact that these are the costs that we're putting out. These are the tickets that we're receiving and completing for those weeks. But there's also, as you said, there's quite a few departments that I have underneath me, and there's no way to build a 30-minute end of the year. This is what we did in past years, or there's no way to pull all that information in such a short amount of time to get these budgets done and complete the daily. So I understand what you're saying about wanting to promote positive change or the amount of work, but that's what we try to do weekly, so it's not an insurmountable object every 12 months.
I mean, it's a budget. Maybe I'm asking for too much. I don't know. It seems like it's causing a lot of tension between a lot of departments and myself with them. which that's not I'm trying to give you guys opportunity to shine, tell everybody what you guys have done, how everything's moving forward, what a better plan is, and then at the end ask for the money, not just come up here and ask for money, because that's just not, I don't appreciate that at all. So, and I know you got a lot on your plate. I'm not taking that away from you. I'm not doing any of that. I'm bending how I have wanted this since the day one I became a commissioner, and it's never happened. Is what I'm kind of pissed off about. So.
Okay.
And everybody knows what we all do wrong, right? Whenever hears about the good stuff that we do. The budget is a very important time to me, for you guys, for your guys' sake. I'll take an ass chewing all day. I don't care. It doesn't bother me none. I can brush it off any day. I want the foremans to feel good, like they're doing their job, not just always attacked. I want everybody to understand. We got a lot more people that's involved since the day that I took seat here. There's a lot more people that watch it over the internet. I feel like that a lot of people are asking questions about where the funds are going. Instead of us sitting up here and figuring out, it's brought to our attention, and then we take care of it. I don't know. I'm not picking on you, Sean. I'm not saying this is all you. I'm just
No, but I'm
expressing myself here.
telling you with the number that we're doing and in the short period of time we're doing, like commodities, to break down the 62.5 in those commodities and give you a report on each one of those line items, that's going to take probably another half a day to maybe even 6 hours, depending on what goes on during the day, for Joyce to break numbers down for me, and then another full day and a half for me to get those numbers pulled apart. So if you're looking for them to be broke down further than what they are, then with the number that I have to keep up, that's going to take either more staff or more time. And I don't know that we have either.
And I try to present this as an opportunity for people to come in here and state, how how they feel about their departments. Like if they feel like that their workers are being ran to death I haven't heard none of that. I haven't heard, I don't know. Maybe I'm asking for too much. But I don't understand how I'm supposed to make a good decision based on what I'm given every single day. And I'm not just talking about your budget, so don't take that wrong.
So I'm not sure where you're going there, but there is some line item detail on some of those JPEGs that are in that budget folder too, if that's part of what you're looking for. Where it breaks down how much is surface material, how much is culverts.
Yeah, I was studying that. That's why my head was sideways, because it was sideways.
I can print those pages out if you want to look at them, where they're not sideways on the screen.
They're not sideways.
And so on like Douglas County, Kansas was one website that I was looking at because I've been trying to study this, see if I was asking for too much. And I came across what they have, what they do during their budget. And I know this will take more staff, but we don't ever talk about it. So I think it needs to be talked about. If we need more staff to do this type of stuff, I think it's very important to try to keep moving forward in the county. So if we need more staff, this is the time I'd like to know about it. So they have like it's called a staffing levels and pays. It talks about that they present it during their budget. It talks about their administrators, what every one of them they make, their position. It talks about all of that stuff. And then on top of that, then they come back and present a numbered budget. I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to get, I guess. Like they have, when they do their budget, they present a operational county plan. I mean, it presents mission statements per department head, their values, their job duties, talks about what their employees do in that office. They talk about all of that stuff. And then they present a budget at the very end, a numbered budget. Anybody got any thoughts on it?
Only if you're looking for an overview of the department, the payroll, the projects, the equipment implementation. I mean, this may lengthen the process quite a bit, but if you're looking for those questions to be answered, a spreadsheet on those prior to out to the department heads would give us an opportunity to say, these are the things that we need to cover and talk about.
I've been stating that for 6 years, Sean. I've been talking about it every time I make a rude comment. Sometimes I state that, it's because our budgets. I don't know how I'm supposed to make a good decision on a budget if I don't know what's happened prior or what's going to happen after. I don't know.
I said before that I think a lot of that information we try to cover in our weekly reports and the things that we send you, but if it's not in there, then I'm going to have clarification on what else you need from us in order to provide that weekly.
And I'm not just saying it's you, Sean. I'm saying it. It's kind of like the payment in lieu of taxes we get for the wildlife corridor up there. Never heard that in 5 years that I've been here until this year when there was an issue and we had to talk about it. Them are the things. I mean, I don't understand how I'm supposed to make a good decision on a budget and say it's good if I don't know what I'm even talking about. Everybody just comes in here and they present a 5-minute presentation and they're done. It's not okay with me. You look at the ones that we have jumped into. The juvenile. What else? I mean, there's other ones. The landfill. Trico. Once we start getting involved into it, we realize how much we've been overpaying and getting screwed. I feel like that I'm asking the world from everybody, and I have a job to do here, just like you guys have a job to do. It's my job to make sure I'm making good decisions, and based on the budgets that's being presented, I can't be sure of myself.
Rod, I got a question on that chip and seal out there in Anderson County. What's, have you said you looked at that, been up on it?
Yeah, I went and talked to the gentleman, Mr. Lieutenant, who's in control of that operation now. And he put me in contact with Sean Rose, who is at Vance Brothers.
Yeah.
And they told me that it was going to be about $33,000 to $35,000 a mile this year to do that.
It didn't cost them that.
No, last year it cost them $28,000 is what he said.
They just did it. It was 28.5.
They did theirs for 28.5. When I talked to Sean, he quoted me because of where we're at. He said,
They just finished it 2 weeks ago, and that's what.
I haven't seen their new one. I seen the one that they did prior and looked at how it held up. And he said one of their big costs is they ship in red granite. Is
That's
what
they have to ship it in.
Yeah.
But it is wash rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did.
And the only other problem we have is, like I was talking to him, they buy the amount of rock. So one of the things that Mr. Lichtai told me is they have a pile of it still at their quarry, at their holding place. That's not theirs. It's Vance Brothers. And it's been sitting there since that last year. So maybe they used part of that again this year. I'm not sure. And maybe that's what helped.
It's did it again, and it looks good to me. You say it cost us how much to do it?
$22,500.
22.5.
It would cost us $22,500 this year with wages and fuel and everything. And that's because Whitaker's quarry is less than Cadmus and all that, Ham's quarries.
Like this, you can go line it, right? Put the lines on it.
Yeah.
That's a big concern everybody's got in this county.
Well, we used to, as I said before, we used to do a courtesy yellow marks down the middle of our chip seal every year afterwards. And it was just something that we did just for the traffic and the safety and everything else.
What do you think that product would do on a chip and seal road on this on the ground? What everybody's talking about Devlin Road up there at 2 miles.
When I talked to Crawford County, I didn't get a chance to go down and talk to them. When I talked to him, the amount that they put down to turn a road from gravel to chip seal is, by when I estimated it, was going to be almost $300,000 a mile for us to do. And it would tie up the crews quite a bit because it takes such a large volume of people to do that project. I would have to have multiple blades, multiple rollers, a water dozer, all that just to get it laid down, because he said they put anywhere up to 6,000 tons per mile
Chip and seal.
for just base. And then they do 3 layers of chip and seal over the top. And he said that's how they've been handling it. He said now his heavily traveled roads, the roads that take a lot of heavy traffic, he said they've had to go back and fix those, but a lot of his...
Why would they chip and seal them? Why would they just overlay that price?
Because overlay on that would still be more, because when it comes to that, overlay takes multiple inches. You still have to do at least 4 to 6 inches of overlay to get a good surface road. When I talked to the engineer that is out near the county line, that he does some stuff for Peppercorn, and I talked to him about the 1095 project and how we would fix that properly and get it to where it'd stay. His suggestion was put 6 inches of asphalt on top of it in 2-inch layers. And that's not something that's feasible for our county, because even if we did the work, the amount of asphalt would just completely destroy any money we had. At 22,500, that gives me the ability to do, like I said, we're not even doing anywhere near what we used to as far as chip seal went. We used to do 50, 60 miles a year. We're down to 20 to 21 miles a year. And it's just because the cost of everything has gone so high that we can't get any further than what we're getting now with the same budget we've had. And as I've said before, it used to be we could make our own cold patch to go around and do our overlays and things of that nature. It's now just as expensive to make our cold patch as it is to just buy hot mix from Whitaker. That's why this last year I went mostly hot mix, because we were within mere dollars of the two products.
Do you guys have anything you want to add? Anybody want to talk about anything? And
Have those culvert numbers for you. So far this year, our first purchase was $17,827.50. And our new culvert locations have been 26. Culvert maintenance locations have been 38. Culvert replacement, 43. Total in cost, equipment, fuel, our total loaded cost, equipment, maintenance, vehicle, and overhead are $116,865.13. And then, as you've noticed, this next request for culverts is quite a bit higher. And if we do the 900 project, those culverts obviously being 12 footers at 30 feet with bands are going to be considerable in and of themselves. But again, we won't know what mitigation or loss we'll get for reimbursement on those until after the project.
Where do you guys feel that you're at on our roads as far as getting over them quickly in your districts?
I believe the majority of it could reuse another lane to make it a little more approachable, but as far as getting over and getting most of the back spots out, I've had Shelley and Junior running up in his area because he got hit the worst this last time. And they got the majority of them taken care of to where they're drivable. They're taking care of the choke hold washboards and swags right now. I really want to start getting them onto get some of our more heavily traveled roads ditched and cleaned out. Get it where they don't have near the failure that we've been having over the last couple of years.
Have we ditched much?
Yes, we've been doing quite a bit. We've done Hood, and I've had Junior working up on a couple of different roads, showing him how to pull up and get it up on their road and let it dry. Shelley's been doing the same thing. So we've just been working here and there throughout. Take it back a while, they have forward in, straighten them out. So.
Have you guys done ditched much? The other two?
We've done a little bit up there in our area. Maybe just kind of these washout. Getting rid of where we pass. Fixing all the shoulders where they wash deep, they're need to be filled back. They're still passable wide enough for two vehicles to pass. It's just filling everything back in, around, back up. We've been over our area a couple of times, blades, getting things where it's in really good shape, really. So it's just, there's just minor things that we're just going through, patching up here and there as we go down this road. So, just fixing this, fixing that, just fixing it.
I've got operators that are ditching where they can, as they can. Got some serious shoulder washes that need to be fixed, but can't do anything until start pulling this rock up out of the ditches. It's finally starting to get dry enough to start actually getting in the ditches without tearing them up. Tried to run our areas a couple of times, make everything passable. We're trying to go through and fix things as we can now.
Each one of you sent me work that I think I reported on. I think you had Ore Hood, you had, I don't remember the roadway, was it Scott?
Yeah.
Going south where you had a larger culvert ditch project, and of course you had, I want to say 23, 50.
1800, 1900, we're starting 1800 from Young and Trago this week to get it cleaned out and then unload it. That spots where we get to get that forest week.
So we're still using the graders to clean out the ditches, but wait until they dry up, you said?
We actually been just going in, keeping the blades on the roads, maintaining them. Might be going out and track the ditch and keep the dump trucks busy that way. That way, you're short now, enough guys to go around. So I'm out on track half the time. I'm laying out later, so we get the bad parts that have been flooding in the ditching part, get those taken care of first. Some are half mile. Get those cleaned up so those trouble spots. Getting the rate shouldn't have.
And you're using your smaller equipment to do that type of stuff?
Yeah, skid steer.
See, and that's exactly what I'm envisioning. Is that not what we're all doing?
No, I'll be honest with you. From being a blade operator myself, I think the fastest thing for cleaning a blade I did is a blade. I 100% believe that and stand by it. I think I can pull dirt, remove dirt. If you want to go look, we did one up on Holly that I had Shelley come up and help us ditch because the gentleman wanted his culvert and a ditch lowered.
Well, the rest of the county wants their entire road graded, though. That's where I'm getting phone calls left and right, and we've asked this multiple times, and he's doing exactly what we want. And that's what I've been asking the entire time, and I'm confused on why we're not doing it. I know that my road has not been graded, so I don't know what. I graded it with my skid steer on a rainy day. Fixed a culvert where the road was only about 6 inches or 6 feet wide because it washed out on both sides on top of the culvert because all the water came down the road. And Brandon McGinnis just doesn't complain about it, so I don't say nothing. So, and it just keeps happening. So I like exactly what he's doing, and I thought that's what we were supposed to be doing.
Well, I went back to run around and do it, so I've been going around and got culvert ends. That's what I've been trying to do to get the water to flow through because I've had a lot of get buried up over this last couple of rains. So when my blades can get in, pull a ditch, and get the water to flow through from culvert to culvert, that's what I'm having to do. That way they can pull it up into the road edge, fix shoulders, take care of things like that. If they can go out and recover gravel, they can be used back on the road. That's what I'm having to do.
So
I've only got 2 blades. I've got my backhoe's been out trying to fix all this.
no, you have access to every piece of equipment that Linn County, Kansas owns. We just got to schedule it. It's not. It's not Pleasanton.
He's using his. And he's using his.
Well,
So there's no other scheduling to be done. The one at the park is not a good piece of equipment to use on the road because of the way it randomly dies. I would not want to have that on the road and suddenly just die.
Well, I don't want to have my own equipment on the road, but I did.
I understand.
With my little boy on my lap sleeping with his head on the lap bar.
I understand that.
No, I don't think everybody does understand, Todd. I mean, I am getting text messages left and right every single morning about and filing complaints against Sean, and Sean's not doing the work. We asked you guys to do it a certain way. Everybody's heard us ask it, and it's not getting done. How does that make me look like I'm doing my job correctly? It doesn't, does it?
I'm not trying to do anything like that. What I'm trying to tell you is I have 3 people at my shop myself.
Well, that budget's a perfect time to explain all that to us and let us figure out what can help you do your job. That's it. I mean, it's a continuous cycle, and that's what I just don't understand that nobody gets. I'm not here trying to pick on you. I'm not trying to say you're not doing your job. I'm just saying that we just.
Well, I can also tell you that I got put in charge of an area that had been neglected for quite some time.
Yep.
Nobody had been taking care of that area for very long, at least correctly at all. So the fact that I got.
So you understand my frustration with the people that pay the same amount of taxes as everybody else in this county over there.
The frustration, I just want you to understand that you're trying to apples and oranges this when I have 2 greenhorn blade operators. We just got hit with one of the worst floods that we've had in years. They don't have the experience that my experienced operators do. They're all gone. Their experienced operators are trying to do what they can in their areas. So I'm trying to train these operators to go as I'm doing it. So I don't have the ability to catch up like they do because.
But you have the ability, and that's where I'm going again. You have the ability to explain to me all this stuff that you and we have a lot of tension between us now. And I don't mean for that, but this is a perfect opportunity during budget. Well, hey, we pay our grader operators a crappy amount of money, so we need to give them more so we can get better ones in here where we can train the ones we have. I mean, I don't hear none of it. I have enough time. I take a lot of phone calls. I don't have time. I make $29,000 a year as a commissioner. I have a life beyond commission. That's why I'm not running again. I put in a lot of time and effort and try to understand everything. But right now is a perfect opportunity to hear these type of things of why things aren't running correctly. And it's not because of you guys. It's not because of you. You guys take a lot of heat, do you not? You feel like you take a lot of heat? Well, this is me trying to give you guys glory to say, hey, this is why this is happening. This is everyone's perfect opportunity. And it's, Danny, you're an asshole for asking all these questions. Why you ask so many questions? Well, Linn County has ran like this for so long and nothing's happened. Nothing's happened. There's a lot of tensions between everybody in this room. Is there not? And I hate that because I'm a happy, funny guy, I think, most of the time.
The thing that we've got to do with my area, the area that I got in charge of is I've got to play catch up now from decades of neglect that's happened into it. And it's going to take me a little bit of time to try to get it. And I either have to keep the blade going or I have to use the backhoe that goes slow trying to dig these ditches up as properly as we can.
Comments that nobody can hear.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I agree. And if we need to go out because of this storm and get leased equipment.
Are given a year, and I know it's a lot of time to ask, and I know it's not feasible in some cases. If we're given a year to get these blade operators trained and trained properly, I can send them out into an area and they can see the problems that are out there and they can start taking care of them themselves, just as I used to over in Blue Mound when I was a blade man there. I had my problem areas that as soon as it rained, I knew where I had to go out and I had to take care of. They don't know this yet because that flood threw everything into a chaos. They're running around not understanding what needs to be done right now, and they're hitting ditches that have not been pulled in years. They're hitting culverts that have been buried forever.
I agree.
I just replaced 4 culverts in your area that were pop riveted. That's 1970s culverts. They finally failed after 50 years, but nobody complained about them because the roads were fine. Then all of a sudden they fell through one day. Well, I have to go replace culverts. These are things that we're trying to get taken care of, Danny, and I'm trying to do it with 2 people that are learning as they're going, and I'm trying my best to get them trained, but they're not going to learn if I keep saying, well, just stay on the road. Don't ever touch a ditch. Don't do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we need to incorporate training and we need to raise wages, them are the things I'd like to hear during budget, not just because not you guys sit on your hands. It's like, we're not going to get that because it's never happened that way. Well, people want to give Jim and I and Jason shit for up here so much tension between us sometimes. Well, I believe a lot of this tension between us is because of the neglect of the county for so long. And now that we're actually trying to flip and get something done, it looks like we're always up here arguing. That's not the case. We're just trying to figure things out. And there's a lot of pushback on everybody's sides, on each side. But we're all here for the same exact thing, to make this county better and move forward and make it livable for the future. Are we not? I mean, that's the plan, right?
We're trying.
This is the first time I'm hearing that, the graders they need training. Them are the things that I need to know. I don't have time to go to the road barns every single day. I'm barely in Linn County once a week anymore because I'm so far behind in construction. So the budget is the opportunity to allow all this to happen, and we're not taking advantage of it. And then it creates bigger issues year round between us and the employees. You guys control me. You guys are my boss. You tell me what you need to make this county run. I'm not the professional out there doing the roads. I don't know what you need.
All I'm asking for is patience and time, honestly.
I've been
Let me get,
6 years and nothing's changed though. That's the problem. And
Right.
I'm not saying you've been in charge the whole time, but you know how
I 100% know. When I took over my area, my roads were bowl shaped. It took me a year of building my roads up and getting yelled at every day because of my dirt, my ditching and rocking that I was doing. But I had 3 other blade operators that were running with me that were helping me get my area back up into shape because they knew how bad it was. Their areas were fine. Right now, I've got, like I said, Mark came down from Jesse's area into my northern part to help him with his because his was so bad and he was struggling so hard because he had never done that. So I was trying to teach him, hey, pull this, do this, don't get stuck. Mark actually came down from the northern area to help hit that so that we could get it taken care of. And then shortly after that, we got another 1.5, 2 inch, 3 inch rain. And it took everything we did and washed it right back out.
I think it's just going to continue happening. I think this is a time for us to forward think and ask for what you guys need. And, what's the worst that can be said is no, that you can't have it. I mean, if you need more people for your barn, that I need to know that stuff so I can base my decision on the budget off of what you need. So we can put our heads together and make a plan here. Right now, presenting what we spent last year and just giving a number is not a plan to me.
Well, and I'm not saying that what you're asking for isn't right. We're all in new territory here. That's the problem. I've never sat in the position of a road boss in that sense of taking care of gravels as far as budgeting and everything else goes. I can't tell you what Pleasanton's going to take to get back up to par. I know 1100 road is a bad road. It needs completely ditched and fixed. I know that I'm learning all these different roads that I have that are in dire need of ditching and fixing and culverts cleaned. And I'm trying to figure out how I prioritize what is what when it comes to it because there's a lot of things that need done. I've got trees that I don't think I've had a ditch pushed. I've got a road that I know hasn't been boom mowed since I boom mowed it last time. And that was 8 years ago. And I know it hasn't been touched because if you go out there, the trees out there are at least 4 to 6 inches around.
How much have we used our mulchers there in the last few months?
There have been,
Not at all. We've been ditching, we've been putting in tubes, we've been clearing trees, clearing log jams.
I know the John Deere's been running the boom mower.
Yeah, our boom mowers
Yeah. Our boom mower's out boom mowing. It's doing what it can.
doing culverts and bridgeheads.
Well, I think, Danny, to answer part of your question, the reason that I haven't asked for more personnel or operators is because we've struggled over the last 3 years. We came close this year at one point, and then we're down 2 again. But our seasonal mowers, if we were going to improve anything, if you were going to improve seasonal mowing and bring up the wages for something, I think each one in the shop can tell you, at least 2 out of 3 will tell you. I think North Shop's pretty consistent, but 2 out of 3 of them will tell you if they could keep seasonal mowers around, they could keep their operators in their equipment and keep it going. It's not a.
I don't see any literature explaining that, like what we're trying to do to make that happen. I mean, we're talking about next year. So, I mean, it should be like, hey, we're going to do this to make this happen so that this can go. I mean, right?
Okay, but we're trying to hire out, and I've brought both those issues to you. And as far as the mowers, if we're going to look at that program and bring up that salary to try to get more mowers into that program, I think part of it was COVID related, and the rest of it is we're just not finding what some of our shops have as seasonal guys that work through school districts or are retired and want to come out and work in those areas.
So we just keep getting further behind. So what can we do to, I mean, do we need to raise, I mean, I guess, I don't know.
For a long time, I don't think the rate of pay was the problem. I think it was during COVID, anybody could go anywhere and do anything for a cost, and we couldn't fill up the shops themselves during those times. Now it's the seasonal mowers that we're just not getting pushed through. And if we had an opportunity to get those operators back in the equipment off the mowers, that's going to bring our numbers up without impacting the taxpayer by hiring more operators just to stuff them in mowers. We've got 2 open positions now with 2 operators that are having to cover those positions that could be out adding to our numbers in the Pleasanton and the South shop.
I mean, do we have an ad out for him? I mean, can we?
Yes.
Can we do like some kind of like signing bonus for it? I don't know. I mean, I just don't think we ever.
Figure out something, Danny, because you can't hire for people who don't apply.
No, I agree,
And
100%.
once they get here, if they don't want to work.
This is exactly what I want. This is what a budget time to me is. It's just what's happening right now. This is exactly what.
I agree with you, but I don't understand.
Because most of the time you guys don't get talked too much, and you guys, I don't think it's going to be mower pay next year. I think it's going to be tension between us and you guys. You guys aren't going to want to work for us because of you guys feel like that maybe we don't think you're doing your job, or just the tension, correct? I mean,
Well, back to the mower. I've hired 4 mowers and we have 1. And, you know, we've ended up hiring every applicant we've had, and then they get here and they don't want to work. I can't build somebody's work ethic.
no, I agree.
And I can't force people to apply. So where I'm stuck with mowing needs to be done. I don't have seasonal mowers. I've got a truck driver in a mower right now. I mean, these are things that I have no control over.
You do though. We can come in here and we can talk about it right now during budget. We can say, hey, if we raise this $2 an hour, this is what it's going to do to the budget. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's not your guys' responsibility just to sit and be frustrated over it. It's come to us and we can figure it out as a team. That's what I want. That's all I want. I don't want you guys feeling like that we're against you guys, that we're against Sean. I'm not. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I don't care if you come in here and say we need a $7 million budget, but I'd like to hear literature behind why you need it, how it's going to better the county, you know, why we're in that position to begin with. And we never hear none of that. I mean, if you guys owned a company, is that how you guys would run it? Wouldn't you want to hear all that stuff? I mean, if you guys were the go-to person that got yelled at for spending money, I mean, wouldn't you want to know all the little details of what's happening? Right?
Make sure this is on. My job description doesn't say figure out your budget.
No,
It's run the barn.
no, you're right.
If you want me to sit down and figure up a budget, you're going to pay me more money.
I want you,
And I'll do it, and I'll put a budget together. It's not the first time I've done it. But you have to understand on the budget end, you need to put that in the job description.
yeah.
I'd be more than willing to do it.
That's what we
More
do.
than happy to do it.
We
You want to pay these guys more money to come home? That's fine. Do it. Let's work it in the budget. Let's figure it out. It's not that hard to figure out. But if that's what you need us to do, you need to pay us more money to do it.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
So that's my P's and Q's on that one.
I feel like, yeah, you're 100% correct. It's not Sean's job to go out and do 17 other things beyond road and bridge, right? But he does. And that's on me for not trying to figure it out. I agree with you 1000%. But whenever I do try to figure it out, the tension that comes to me is not worth the money that I make.
And the tension that comes our way, it's the money we're making.
Exactly.
I mean, you want the truth of it. That's
I already know that. And that's what I'm afraid of, is that our next issue is going to be the turnover rate because of the tension.
And I've talked to all 3 of you, and all of you 3 have agreed with the same thing. Some of the stuff we have to deal with isn't right and isn't fair. And I've had a good conversation with all 3 of you before, over an hour long. And all 3 conversations have ended well. And we all understood and we all seen what the problems were and what needed to be traded over. So part of it is, let me do my job. And you guys have done that. You left me alone. If there's a problem, you've called, we've taken care of it. Am I wrong? No. All three of you have called me with a problem and we've taken care of it.
So
So,
that means we shouldn't put together a budget for forward thinking here?
well, you have a crew who already does budgets. If you want us to sit in on budgets and figure this up, make it worth it. Let's sit down and figure up a budget for the road department. Sit down, break it out. You can break this out every quarter. This isn't hard to do. Breaking out your rock budget, fuel budget, employee budget, it's not hard to do. You just,
Right.
if that's what you expect, then you need to bring those expectations to the table.
I've been bringing.
And the only expectations I've heard in the last 3 or 4 months, okay, we want a progress report. Okay, fine, we'll bring it in. This is what we're doing through the week. That's fine. You want a cost breakdown? The clerk's office has cost breakdown that they send out. Do you get them?
Yeah.
Do you look at them?
Are
There's your budget.
Or are we all?
There's your budget. It tells you what you're spending.
Exact thing though?
What's that?
Are we all doing the same exact thing that we asked?
I'm trying to do everything you guys ask.
Why is our roads, and I can take you to road drive.
I can drive around and show you roads too, Jim. I drive roads every day just like you. I put 10,000 miles on my truck in 2 months. Every 2 months, 10,000 miles get put on my truck. Chasing roads. Hey, we got to fix this. We got to fix that.
There's a lot of roads that has not been hit.
Well, I agree. But you want to come to my area and come look? Come look.
I haven't been here, it's like, I don't know what's up there, but I do know, I can show you.
And I will tell you, the days I'm shorthanded, I don't sit in my truck and drive around. I get in a blade, I get in a skid steer, I get in a track hoe, I go do whatever it takes to get it done for the day. And if you don't believe me, you go ask my guys. They'll back me up 100% on that.
Saying we don't believe you. We're not.
Well, that's the way it comes off, and you need to understand that.
All right, I'm
Okay.
done with this conversation. We're done. We're done. We're done. This is what I didn't want to happen. That's what you guys don't understand. We're not trying to create tension here, but I have a job to do too.
create tension either.
I'm trying to better your guys' job.
And I'm trying to better the county, what we're doing. It's not. We got the same goal in mind.
Yep.
We do.
But there's so much, there's a lot of tension. There's tension between us, and it's not.
What do you want to change?
I don't know. I guess we can go back and review the damn YouTube video that we've been sitting for 2 hours talking about, and then we'll all figure it out. I'll make a motion that we adjourn. I'm done for today.
I'll second.
Motion been made, second. All in favor?